13. True most chilling Canadian horror stories. The town of Quesnel sits just over 700 kilometres north of Vancouver, pressed between the Fraser River and the Caribou Mountains. Population, 14,000. The kind of place where forestry isn't just industry, it's identity. The mills run in shifts, the trucks move before dawn, and the crown land surrounding the municipality sprawls outward in a network of service roads that haven't changed routes in 40 years. Sarah Drummond arrived on a Tuesday in late March, assigned through the Provincial Forestry Department for a 6-week contract. Erosion assessment, road maintenance cataloguing, standard seasonal work. She'd done similar postings in Merritt and Williams Lake, places where the crews knew her face after a week and the motels smelled like pine cleaner and cigarette residue that never quite left the curtains. Her room at the Caribou Lodge sat on the second floor, overlooking a parking lot and a shuttered diner. The walls were thin. The heater rattled, but the coffee maker worked, and that was enough. Mornings began the same way. She'd load her truck, survey equipment, GPS unit, camera, clipboard, and drive out along the forestry access corridors that branched off Highway 97 like capillaries. The roads were numbered, not named. Road 4A, Road 11C, Road 7B. Each one logged in district records dating back to the 70s, when the timber operations were at their peak and entire hillsides were clear-cut in a single season. The landscape carried a particular kind of quiet, not peaceful, just empty. The kind of silence that came from land used hard and left to recover slowly. Stumps jutted from regrowth. Old skid trails cut through second-growth pine. Culverts sagged where rainfall had shifted the soil beneath them. Sarah documented it all, measured slope grades, photographed washouts, made notes about drainage patterns and erosion risk. The work was methodical, predictable. She liked that. The crews she encountered were polite, but distant. They'd nod from their trucks, wave her past if she was blocking a turnaround, but conversations stayed surface level. Weather, road conditions, whether the spring thaw would come early. No one asked where she was from or how long she'd be staying. That was normal. Contractors moved through towns like Quesnel constantly, and locals had learned not to invest energy in people who'd be gone by May. Still, there was something about the way they talked about the roads themselves. A casual familiarity, yes, but also a carefulness. Certain routes were mentioned often: Road 3, Road 9, the upper branches of the NASCO network. Others barely came up at all. By her second week, Sarah had covered most of the primary corridors. Her supervisor, a man named Derek Hollis, who worked out of an office in Prince George, emailed her updated assignments every few days. The messages were terse, professional. He didn't call unless there was a problem. On March 23rd, she received coordinates for a segment along Road 7B, a narrow access route that ran northeast from the Quesnel River crossing toward a series of decommissioned logging blocks. The assignment was straightforward. Assess culvert integrity at mile markers 18 through 26 and document any washout risk before the April runoff. She printed the map, checked the weather, fueled up her truck. The next morning, she turned off Highway 97 just past the way station and followed the gravel turnoff toward Road 7B. The pavement disappeared within 2 kilometres. The trees thickened. The road narrowed until it was barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass. No one else was out there. The forest felt lived in, but watchful. That was the only way Sarah could describe it. The kind of place where people had worked, driven, maybe camped, but not recently. not in a way that left warmth behind. She drove slowly, scanning for the mile markers. They were old, wooden posts with faded paint, half hidden by brush. At mile 18, she stopped and walked the culvert. The structure was intact, but silted. She made notes, took photos, moved on. At mile 20, the road curved sharply, following the contour of a ridgeline. The trees opened briefly, revealing a view of the valley below, rolling, grey-green, endless. At mile 22, she saw the Debar. It was just past 11 in the morning when Sarah pulled onto the shoulder near the 22-mile marker. The road here was wider, an old turnaround where trucks had once staged loads before hauling them back toward the highway. The gravel was packed hard in some places, loose in others. Rain from the previous week had left shallow ruts along the edges. She got out of the truck and stretched. The air was cold, but not biting. The kind of damp cold that settled into fabric and stayed there. She walked the perimeter of the turnaround first, checking for erosion, looking at how water moved through the site during heavy weather. That's when she noticed the fabric. It was caught on a low branch near the tree line. A strip of dark material, maybe cotton, torn along one edge, faded, dirty. It fluttered slightly in the breeze, out of place against the mute greens and the browns of early spring. Sarah stepped closer. The fabric was small, no bigger than a bandana. It could have been anything. A rag, part of a shirt, something left behind by a camper or a worker years ago. But the branch it was caught on wasn't old. The wood was still pale, where it had snapped. Recent. She crouched and looked at the ground beneath it. The soil was loose, disturbed. Not by animals, there were no tracks, no scraping. It looked like something had been dragged or dropped. A few meters away, half buried in silt near the edge of the road, she found the battery. It was rectangular, black plastic casing, the kind used in older flip phones back before everything went to sealed units. One corner was cracked, the contacts were corroded, but it hadn't been there long. The casing was still intact, not weathered the way plastic gets after a season outdoors. Sarah stood there for a moment, holding it, feeling the weight of it in her palm. The site had been closed for months. The forestry records showed no scheduled activity on Road 7B since the previous October. No maintenance, no logging, no reason for anyone to be out here. She photographed the battery, photographed the fabric, made notes about the location and the condition of both items. Then she bagged them and placed them in the truck. When she returned to town that afternoon, she stopped at the forestry office, a small building off Carson Avenue that handled local operations. A man named Gary worked the desk, mid-50s, flannel shirt, the kind of face that suggested he'd been doing this job longer than he cared to remember. Sarah explained what she'd found, showed him the photos, asked if there had been any recent activity on Road 7B. Gary looked at the images briefly, then shook his head. Probably just litter, he said. People dump stuff out there. Always have. It didn't look like dumping, Sarah said. The battery was buried. The fabric was fresh. Gary leaned back in his chair. Road's been closed since fall. If someone went out there camping or screwing around, that's on them. Happens more than you'd think. Has anyone reported anything unusual in that area? Not that I've heard. He said it quickly, too quickly, and his eyes didn't meet hers. Sarah thanked him and left. That evening, she drove to the RCMP detachment on McLean Street. The building was small, functional, the kind of place that handled break-ins and domestic disputes more than serious crime. The officer at the front desk was young, maybe late 20s, with a polite but detached demeanor. She explained the situation again, showed the photos, mentioned the debris and the lack of recent activity on the road. The officer took notes, asked for her contact information, told her someone would follow up if necessary. "Is there any reason to be concerned?" Sarah asked. "Not based on what you've described," he said. "Could be anything. Old equipment. Trash. We'll make a note of it." His tone was final, courteous but firm. The conversation was over. Sarah left the detachment with the distinct feeling that her report had been filed in a drawer that no one intended to open. That night, back in her motel room, she couldn't stop thinking about the battery, about the way the fabric had moved in the wind, about the silence when she'd stood in that turnaround, looking at the trees, feeling the weight of something unspoken pressing against the edges of the clearing. She opened her laptop and typed Road 7B Quesnel into the search bar. The results were sparse. Forestry permits, old logging maps, a few mentions in environmental reports from the 90s. Nothing unusual. She refined the search, added disappearance, added missing person. The results changed. The first name was Amanda Vickers, 23 years old. Last seen in October 2009, near the intersection of Highway 97 and the Nazco Road turnoff. Her car had been found 3 days later, parked on the shoulder, with the keys still in the ignition. No signs of struggle, no indication of where she'd gone. The case remained open but inactive. The second was Jessica Renault, 31, last seen in June 2013, leaving a gas station in Cornell. Her vehicle was located 2 weeks later on a forestry access road northeast of town. The doors were unlocked. Her phone was gone. The investigation stalled after 3 months. The third was Michelle Poole, 27, last seen in March 2017, after telling a friend she was meeting someone about a job. Her truck was found abandoned near the Quesnel River crossing, just off a route that connected to several service roads, including Road 7B. No witnesses, no arrests, 3 women, 3 vehicles, 3 cases that had gone cold. Sarah sat at the small desk in her motel room, the glow of the laptop screen casting shadows across the walls. She clicked through archived news articles, scanning for details. The coverage was minimal. A few paragraphs in the Quesnel Caribou Observer, brief mentions in regional crime databases, no follow-up stories, no public appeals after the first few weeks. The similarities were subtle but present. All 3 women had been in their 20s or 30s. All 3 had disappeared during months when the forestry roads were accessible but not heavily used. All 3 vehicles had been found in remote locations, cleaned of anything that might identify who they'd been with or where they'd intended to go. Sarah pulled up a forestry district map and marked the locations where the vehicles had been recovered. The points formed a loose cluster, all within a 15-kilometer radius, and at the center of that cluster, running like a spine through the region, was Road 7B. She zoomed in on the map, tracing the route with her cursor. Mile markers 18 through 26, the same stretch she'd been assigned to survey, the same corridor where she'd found the debris. The connection wasn't definitive. It could have been coincidence. Forestry roads covered thousands of kilometers in the region, and people went missing in rural areas for reasons that had nothing to do with crime. But the pattern was there, quiet and insistent, like a thread she couldn't stop pulling. The next morning, Sarah returned to the forestry office. Gary was at the desk again, sorting through paperwork. He looked up when she entered, his expression neutral. "I can," Gary said, "but I'm not sure it's worth the trouble." He said it casually, but there was something deliberate in his tone, a suggestion that she was making things more complicated than they needed to be. Sarah didn't push. She thanked him and left. That afternoon, she drove to the Kernel Branch Library, a low brick building on Carson Avenue. The interior was quiet, the kind of institutional silence that came from fluorescents, lights and rows of empty tables. She asked the librarian for access to the local newspaper archives, and the woman directed her to a computer in the back corner. Sarah spent 3 hours scrolling through digitized issues of the Caribou Observer, searching for mentions of the missing women. The articles were there, buried in the community news sections, a few paragraphs each, names, ages, last known locations, appeals for information, and then, after a few weeks, nothing. What struck her wasn't what the articles said, it was what they didn't say. There were no detailed timelines, no descriptions of the women's routines or relationships, no mention of whether investigators had identified persons of interest. The language was vague, almost sanitized, as if the stories had been written with the specific goal of saying as little as possible. In one article about Jessica Renault, a single sentence stood out. RCMP have indicated that foul play has not been ruled out, but no evidence of criminal activity has been confirmed at this time. That phrasing appeared again in the article about Michelle Poole. Word for word. Sarah closed the browser and sat back in her chair, staring at the blank screen. The library was nearly empty. Outside, the afternoon light was fading, casting long shadows across the parking lot. She thought about the battery, about the torn fabric, about the way Gary had dismissed her request for the maps, and the way the RCMP officer had assured her there was no cause for concern. That evening, she returned to the motel and called her supervisor, Derek Hollis. The phone rang 4 times before he picked up. "Drummond," he said. "Everything okay?" "I wanted to ask about Road 7B, Sarah said. "The stretch I'm surveying." "What about it? Has there been any activity out there recently? Any contractors working in that area?" "Not that I'm aware of. Why?" Sarah hesitated. "I found some debris at mile 22. A battery. Some fabric. It looked recent." There was a pause. "Did you report it?" "Yeah. To the local office and the RCMP. They both said it was probably nothing." "Then it's probably nothing," Derek said. "People dump stuff on those roads all the time. Wouldn't read too much into it." "Okay," Sarah said. "I just wanted to check. If you see anything else that concerns you, let me know. Otherwise, stick to the assignment. You're doing good work." The call ended. Sarah set the phone down and stared at the ceiling. The heater rattled. A truck passed on the street below, its engine fading into the distance. She didn't sleep well. That in Quesnel was the kind of town where everyone knew someone who knew someone else. The cashier at the grocery store was the cousin of a guy who worked at the mill. The waitress at the diner had gone to school with the woman who ran the hardware shop. Connections ran deep, layered over decades of families who'd stayed when others left. Sarah had learned early in her career that small towns operated on unspoken rules. You didn't ask too many questions. You didn't push too hard. And you certainly didn't imply that something was wrong unless you were prepared for doors to close. But she couldn't let it go. On a Thursday afternoon, she stopped at a gas station on the edge of town, one of the older ones with a single pump and a convenience store that sold more cigarettes than food. The man behind the counter was in his 60s, heavy set, with the kind of weathered face that suggested decades of outdoor work. Sarah bought a coffee and made small talk. Weather, road conditions, the usual. Then casually, she mentioned Road 7B. The road looked the same as it had the first time she'd driven it. Narrow, quiet. The trees pressed close on either side, their branches forming a canopy that blocked most of the sky. The gravel was damp from rain the night before, and the air smelled like wet earth and pine sap. Sarah drove slowly, watching the mile markers. 18, 20, 22. She parked in the same turnaround where she'd found the debris. The site was unchanged. The fabric was gone, she'd bagged it, but the branch where it had been caught still hung at an odd angle, broken and pale against the darker wood around it. She got out of the truck and walked the perimeter of the turnaround, scanning the ground. The ruts from the previous week were still there, faint but visible. She crouched near the tree line, looking at the soil. And then she saw it, a shallow depression in the earth, just beyond the edge of the turnaround, roughly rectangular, maybe a meter long, half a meter wide. The soil around it was darker than the surrounding ground, disturbed recently enough that it hadn't settled back into place. Sarah knelt beside it. The dirt was loose, easy to move. She brushed away a layer of silt and found marks, tool marks, shallow but distinct, where something had scraped or dug. She stood and scanned the area. The turnaround was wide enough for 2 vehicles, maybe 3. The ground near the center was harder, packed by years of use. But the edges were softer, and the soil near the tree line was loose enough that digging wouldn't have been difficult. Sarah walked back toward the road, following the faint impressions in the gravel. Tire tracks, fresh. The tread was crisp, not worn down or obscured by weather. They led from the turnaround toward the main road, disappearing where the gravel gave way to dirt. She photographed everything. The pit, the tire tracks, the surrounding area. Then she stood there, listening to the silence, feeling the cold air settle against her skin. Someone had been here. Recently. Within the last day or 2, and they'd been digging. Sarah returned to town and went directly to the RCMP detachment. The same officer was at the desk, his expression polite but distant. The officer made notes. How deep? That road's supposed to be closed, Sarah said. No one should be out there. We'll follow up, the officer said. If there's anything to be concerned about, we'll handle it. His tone was final, polite but firm. The conversation was over. Sarah left the detachment with the same feeling she'd had before, that her report had been noted, that it would be filed, that nothing would happen. That evening, she called Derek Hollis again. He answered on the 3rd ring. Drummond, he said. What's up? I found something, Sarah said. On Road 7B, a pit, fresh tire tracks. Someone's been out there. There was a pause. Did you report it? Yeah. To the RCMP, they said they'd look into it. Then let them handle it. Derek, this doesn't feel right. That road's been closed for months. No one should be... Sarah, Derek said, cutting her off. You are hired to assess erosion, not to investigate. If the police are aware, they'll deal with it. Your job is to finish the survey. I understand, but finish the survey, Derek said. You've got 2 weeks left. Let's not complicate things. The line went dead. Sarah sat on the edge of the bed in her motel room, staring at the phone in her hand. The heater rattled. A car passed on the street below, its headlights sweeping across the curtains. She thought about the pit, about the tire tracks, about the way everyone she'd spoken to had found a reason to end the conversation the moment she mentioned Road 7B, and she thought about the three women: Amanda Vickers, Jessica Renault, Michelle Poole, gone, forgotten, filed away in case databases that no one checked anymore. She opened her laptop and typed a message to Derek, attached the photos, wrote a brief summary of everything she'd found. Then she hesitated, her finger hovering over the send button. If she sent it, she'd be creating a record, something that couldn't be ignored or dismissed. She hit send. Then, she packed her equipment and tried to sleep. Sarah's contract ended on April 14th. By then, she'd completed the erosion assessments for all assigned routes, submitted her reports, and organized her findings into the standardized templates the Forestry Department required. The work was thorough, professional, exactly what had been requested, but the report about Road 7B, the one with the photographs of the pit and the tire tracks and the debris, never received a response. Derek Hollis acknowledged receipt in a brief email. 2 sentences. Got your report. Thanks for the thorough work. Nothing more. She called him 3 days later. He didn't pick up. She left a voicemail asking about next steps, whether the RCMP had followed up, whether anyone from the department intended to visit the site. He didn't call back. On April 10th, Sarah stopped by the RCMP detachment one last time. A different officer was at the desk, older, with grey hair and a name tag that read Constable Myers. I filed a report about a week ago, Sarah said, about a site on Road 7B. I wanted to check if there's been any follow-up. Myers typed something into his computer, scanning the screen. Name? Drummond. Sarah Drummond. He nodded, clicking through a few more fields. Then he looked up. Says here, the report was reviewed. No evidence of criminal activity. Noted as routine debris and natural soil disturbance. Natural soil disturbance, Sarah repeated. That's what it says. Did anyone actually go out there? If it says it was reviewed, then someone looked at it. Who? Glanced at the screen again. Doesn't specify. Sarah leaned forward. I found a pit. Fresh tire tracks. Someone was digging out there in the last week. That's not natural. Sometimes hunters dig fire pits, Myers said, or people bury trash. It's not uncommon. The road's been closed for months. Closed doesn't mean empty, Myers said. People go out there anyway. It's Crown land. Hard to monitor. His tone was patient, almost scripted, like he'd given this explanation before. So, nothing's going to be done, Sarah said. If new information comes to light, we'll review it, Myers said. But based on what's here, there's no indication of criminal activity. Sarah stood there for a moment, staring at him. Then she thanked him and left. That night, she sat in her motel room and went through her files one more time. The photographs, the notes, the timeline she'd pieced together from the missing persons cases, all of it organized, all of it documented, and all of it, she realized, completely useless, because no one was going to act on it. She thought about calling a journalist, reaching out to one of the regional papers or a true crime podcast. But what would she say? That she'd found a pit and some tire tracks on a closed logging road? That 3 women had gone missing over the course of a decade and their cases had gone cold? It wasn't enough. Not to most people. Not without something concrete. A name, a witness, a body. And the people who might have those answers weren't talking. On her last morning in Quesnel, Sarah loaded her truck and checked out of the motel. The clerk barely looked at her, processing the payment with the same disinterested efficiency she'd shown when Sarah checked in 6 weeks earlier. Sarah drove through town One last time, past the gas stations and the grocery store and the shuttered diner, past the forestry office and the RCMP detachment, past the turnoff that led to Road 7B. The town looked the same as it had when she'd arrived. Quiet, functional, unremarkable. She merged onto Highway 97 and headed south. 3 months later, Sarah received an email from the forestry department. Routine correspondence, a request for feedback on the Quesnel contract, standard questions about site conditions, equipment needs, whether the assignment had been completed to satisfaction. She filled out the form mechanically, answering each question with the same neutral professionalism she'd used in her final reports. Then, in the comments section, she typed a single sentence. Recommend further investigation of Road 7B corridor before future assignments. She hit submit and didn't think about it again. By September, she was working in the Okanagan, assessing fire damage along a network of trails that had burned the previous summer. The work was different. The landscape was different. But the rhythm was the same. Drive out early, document conditions, file reports, move on. She didn't check the news from Quesnel, didn't search for updates on the missing persons cases, didn't look up Road 7B, but sometimes, late at night, she'd think about the turnaround at mile marker 22, about the way the trees had stood, silent and watchful, about the pit in the soil and the tire tracks leading back toward town. And she'd wonder if anyone had gone back there, if anyone had dug a little deeper. Probably not. In October, she came across a brief article in a regional crime database. A short update about Jessica Renault, one of the missing women. The case had been officially closed, classified as voluntary disappearance. No evidence of foul play, no leads worth pursuing. The article was 3 paragraphs long, buried on the 4th page of a larger report about unsolved cases in the Caribou region. Sarah read it twice. Then she closed the page. That winter, a colleague mentioned that he'd been assigned a contract in Quesnel. Erosion work. Same kind of assignment Sarah had done. Anything I should know about the area? He asked. Sarah thought for a moment. Then she shook her head. No, she said. Just standard forestry roads. Stick to the assignment, and you'll be fine. She didn't mention Road 7B. The colleague finished the contract in 6 weeks. When Sarah asked him how it went, he said it was uneventful. Quiet. Nothing unusual. Did they have you survey Road 7B? She asked. Don't think so, he said. That one's still closed. Probably. He nodded and moved on to another topic. Sarah didn't bring it up again. Years passed. She took contracts in other towns. Merritt, Williams Lake, Fort St. James. Small places where the work was methodical and the people were distant and the landscape carried the weight of things no one wanted to name. She learned to recognize the signs, the roads that no one talked about, the sites where conversations ended, the places where silence had settled so deeply that even asking questions felt like trespassing. She stopped asking. In the spring of 2023, Sarah was driving through Quesnel on her way to a job further north. She hadn't planned to stop, but she needed gas, so she pulled off Highway 97 and filled up at the same station she'd used years before. The man behind the counter was different, younger. He didn't recognize her. She paid for the gas and walked back to her truck. The town looked the same. The mill was still running. The trucks were still moving. The forestry roads still branched off into the hills, numbered and anonymous. Before she merged back onto the highway, Sarah glanced at the turnoff for Road 7B. The sign was still there, faded and weathered. The road beyond it disappeared into the trees. Somewhere behind her, the forest kept its secrets. The turnaround at mile 22 sat empty, the soil settled back into place. The tire tracks had been erased by rain. The pit, if anyone ever found it, would be dismissed as natural. Routine. Nothing to worry about. And the women, Amanda Vickers, Jessica Renault, Michelle Poole, remained entries in databases that no one checked anymore. Names without stories, cases without conclusions. Prince George sits at the confluence of the Fraser and Neshako rivers, roughly 800 kilometers north of Vancouver, population 75,000. The kind of city that calls itself a hub, but functions more like a waypoint. Trucks passing through, workers are rotating in and out of the mills and mines, transient populations that never quite settle. The downtown core runs along a grid that feels too wide for the number of people using it. Storefronts sit vacant between pawn shops and discount outlets. The library, the civic centre, a handful of chain restaurants near the highway. It's the largest city for hours in any direction, but it doesn't feel large. It feels like a place people leave. Megan Schaefer had left 3 years earlier, heading south to UBC for a degree in environmental science. She came back every summer, not because she wanted to, but because rent in Vancouver during the off-season wasn't realistic, and her mother still lived in the same house on Ospika Boulevard where Megan had grown up. The neighborhood was quiet. Older homes with carports and chain-link fences, dogs that barked at passing cars, streets that emptied by 9. She'd arrived on the 1st of May, her Honda Civic loaded with textbooks she wouldn't open and clothes that smelled like the basement storage unit where she'd kept them. Her mother worked days at the hospital, admin, not nursing, and the house was empty most afternoons. Megan fell into a rhythm: sleep late, drive out to the trails near the university campus, pick up shifts at the coffee shop on Fifth Avenue when they needed someone. It wasn't fulfilling, but it was predictable, and predictability felt like enough. By mid-June, she was looking for something else to do, something that felt less like waiting. She'd heard about the search group through a poster at the coffee shop. Volunteer-based, community-organized. They met twice a week at a church basement on a speaker, coordinating efforts to search for a girl who'd gone missing in late April. 16 years old. Last seen leaving a friend's house in Vanderhoof, 60 kilometers west of Prince George, planning to hitchhike back to her grandmother's place in Burns Lake. She never arrived. The girl's name was Kayla Martell, Cree, from the Nadler Wotton First Nation. Her photo had been taped to gas station windows and grocery store bulletin boards for weeks. Dark hair, round face, a smile that looked practiced for the camera. Megan didn't know her, didn't know her family. But she'd grown up hearing about Highway 16, the stretch of road that ran west from Prince George through Vanderhoof, Burns Lake, Smithers, all the way to Prince Rupert on the coast. Over 1,000 kilometers of 2-lane asphalt cutting through forest and farmland, and towns too small to have their own police detachment. People called it the Highway of Tears. The name had been around for decades, attached to a growing list of women and girls who'd disappeared or been found dead along the route. Most were Indigenous. Most had been hitchhiking. The cases stretched back to the 70s, maybe earlier, depending on who you asked and which investigations they counted. 18 confirmed. More if you included the ones that were never officially linked. Deaths ruled accidental. Disappearances classified as runaways, bodies that were never found. Kayla Martell was the most recent name. Megan attended her first search meeting on a Wednesday evening in mid-June. The church basement was dim, lit by overhead fluorescents that buzzed faintly. Folding chairs arranged in a loose circle, a table near the back, with coffee in a stained carafe, and a box of store-brand cookies no one touched. There were maybe 15 people present, a mix of ages. Some wore high-visibility vests, the kind used by highway crews. Others looked like they'd come straight from work. A woman in her 50s ran the meeting. Linda, grey-haired, efficient, the kind of person who'd been organizing community efforts long enough to know how to keep things moving without wasting time. She explained the search grid, areas already covered, plans for the coming weekend. They'd be walking sections of forest near the highway between Vanderhoof and Fort Fraser, places where visibility from the road was limited, looking for anything, clothing, belongings, signs of disturbance. Megan signed up, showed up Saturday morning at a gas station parking lot where the group gathered before heading out. They worked in pairs, walking transects through underbrush and along drainage ditches. The terrain was uneven, wet, the kind of ground that held water even in summer. Megan's boots were soaked within an hour. They didn't find anything. The following week, she went again. Same process. Different section of forest, same result. By the third week, she started noticing the way people talked or didn't talk about Kayla. Conversations at the meetings stayed surface level, logistics, weather, who could drive, who had time off work. But when someone mentioned the RCMP investigation, the tone shifted, voices dropped, answers became vague. People glanced at each other, waiting for someone else to speak. Linda would redirect quickly. Let's focus on what we can control. The search areas, the coordination. Megan didn't press, not at first, but she noticed the pattern, the hesitation, the careful avoidance of anything that might imply criticism or frustration with the authorities, as if the community had learned that asking too loudly didn't produce answers. It just made things harder. One evening after a meeting, Megan stayed behind to help fold chairs. Linda was wiping down the coffee table, moving efficiently. Her expression, tired, but composed. Megan asked if the police had said anything new. Linda didn't look up. Not that I've heard. Megan asked if they had any leads. They don't share much with us. Megan asked if that was normal. Linda set down the cloth and met Megan's eyes. For cases like this, yeah, it's normal. There was no anger in her voice, just resignation, the kind that came from years of watching investigations stall. Press conferences repeat the same careful language. Families wait for updates that never came. Megan wanted to ask more, but Linda had already turned back to the table, folding the cloth, stacking the chairs against the wall. The conversation was over. That night, Megan sat in her car in the church parking lot, staring at her phone. She pulled up news articles about Kayla Martell. There weren't many. A few paragraphs in the Prince George Citizen, a brief segment on the local CBC affiliate. The coverage was minimal, respectful but detached. The kind of reporting that acknowledged a tragedy without demanding accountability. She searched for older cases. Highway 16, Highway of Tears. The results were extensive but repetitive. Lists of names, timelines, statements from RCMP about ongoing investigations and renewed efforts and interagency cooperation. Advocacy groups calling for justice, families pleading for information. And beneath it all, the same quiet refrain. No arrests, no answers, no resolution. Megan closed the browser and drove home. The streets were empty. The highway was dark. She thought about Kayla Martell standing on the side of the road, thumb out, waiting for a ride, trusting that someone would stop, that someone would help, and someone did. But not the right someone. By the time Megan pulled into her driveway, the weight of that thought had settled deep in her chest, cold and unmovable. She didn't sleep well that night. The backpack surfaced on July 9th, discovered by a road maintenance crew clearing brush along Highway 16, 83 kilometers west of Vanderhoof. The location was just past the turnoff to Fort Fraser, a stretch of road bordered by dense forest on one side and a shallow drainage ditch on the other. The crew had been cutting back overgrowth that had encroached on the shoulder when one of the workers spotted fabric caught in the undergrowth, about 6 meters from the pavement. It was a school backpack, blue and black, the kind sold at Walmart for $15. The zippers were rusted. The fabric was stained and warped from exposure, but it was intact. Inside were notebooks, warped pages, ink smudged and illegible in places, but enough remained to identify the owner. Kayla Martell's name was written on the inside cover of one, a math notebook, dated from the previous school year. The crew reported it immediately. RCMP arrived within the hour, cordoned off the area, and conducted a search of the surrounding forest. They found nothing else. No clothing, no phone, no signs of disturbance beyond the backpack itself. The discovery made the local news that evening. A brief segment. RCMP investigating possible evidence in the Kayla Martell case. The footage showed the stretch of highway, the yellow tape, a spokesperson from the Prince George detachment reading a prepared statement. We're treating this find seriously and conducting a thorough investigation. At this time, we can't confirm whether the backpack is directly related to Kayla's disappearance. We're asking anyone with information to come forward. The statement was careful, measured. It didn't say the backpack was unrelated, but it didn't say it was evidence either. Megan watched the segment from her mother's living room, her phone in her hand, already searching for more details. The news articles that followed were short, a few paragraphs, the same information repeated across outlets. No new developments, no indication of where the investigation was heading. At the next search meeting, the mood was different, quieter. People arrived looking tired, their faces drawn. Linda opened the meeting with a brief acknowledgement of the discovery. I know everyone's heard about the backpack, she said. The RCMP are handling it. We're going to continue focusing on our search efforts. Someone in the back raised a hand, a man in his 40s, wearing a faded work jacket. Are they searching the area where it was found? Linda said they did, but didn't find anything else. He asked if they were expanding the search radius. I don't know. They're not sharing operational details with us. Someone else asked why not. A younger woman, maybe late 20s. If they found something, we should know where to focus. Linda's expression didn't change. We work alongside them. We don't run the investigation. The room went quiet. The man in the work jacket leaned back in his chair, his jaw tight. The younger woman looked down at her hands. Megan felt the shift, the frustration beneath the surface. But no one pushed further. No one demanded answers. After the meeting, Megan approached Linda near the coffee table and asked if she thought the backpack was related. Linda poured herself a cup of coffee, her movements deliberate. Probably. Megan asked why they were being so vague. Because they don't want to say anything until they're sure. And they're never sure. Megan said that didn't make sense. Linda looked at her, her expression weary. It makes sense if you've been doing this long enough. They don't want to give false hope. They don't want to create expectations they can't meet. So they say as little as possible and wait. Megan asked for what? For something definitive, a body, a witness, something that can't be disputed. Linda set down her cup. But most of the time, that doesn't come. So they just keep waiting. Megan wanted to argue, to push back against the resignation in Linda's voice, but she couldn't. Because she'd seen it too. The careful language, the stalled investigations, the way cases like Kayla's faded from the news within weeks, replaced by other tragedies, other headlines. Over the next few days, Megan tried to find more information about the backpack. She called the RCMP detachment and was transferred to a media liaison, who repeated the same statement from the news. She checked online forums where people discussed missing persons cases, scrolling through speculation and theories that range from plausible to absurd. One thread caught her attention. A user claiming to be a former RCMP officer had posted about investigative priorities in rural cases. The comment was long, detailed, and cynical. When resources are stretched and the victim is from a marginalized community, cases get deprioritized. It's not official policy, it's just how it works. You focus on what you think you can solve. You don't waste time on cases where the evidence is thin and the public pressure is minimal. The backpack, they'll test it, file a report, and move on. Unless it leads somewhere definitive, it'll just become another data point in a case that's already cold. Megan read the comment 3 times. Then she closed the laptop and stared at the wall. The next search was scheduled for the following Saturday. Megan showed up, along with a dozen others. They walked a grid near the site where the backpack had been found, combing through underbrush and checking ditches. The work was slow, methodical, and ultimately fruitless. By mid-afternoon, people started drifting back to their vehicles. The mood was subdued. No one talked much. Linda gathered the group near the parking area and thanked everyone for their time. "We'll keep at it," she said. "Next weekend we'll move further west." But Megan could see it in their faces, the exhaustion, the quiet understanding that they were going through motions more than making progress. As people dispersed, Megan stood by her car, watching the highway. Trucks passed intermittently, their engines rumbling, their trailers loaded with logs or equipment. The road stretched endlessly in both directions, cutting through forest that felt vast and indifferent. Somewhere along this stretch, Kayla Martell had gotten into a vehicle, and somewhere beyond this point, she'd been taken off the road. The backpack was the only proof she'd ever been here. And even that, Megan realized, was being treated as inconclusive. She got into her car and drove back to Prince George, the highway disappearing behind her in the rearview mirror. Megan started visiting gas stations on Highway 16 the following week, not as part of the search group, on her own. She didn't have a plan, exactly, just a vague sense that sitting in search meetings and walking empty forest wasn't producing anything useful. The backpack had been found 80 kilometers west of Vanderhoof. Kayla had last been seen leaving a friend's house in Vanderhoof, planning to hitch toward Burns Lake, another 100 kilometers west. That left a long stretch of highway where she could have been picked up. A lot of gas stations, a lot of truck stops, a lot of places where someone might have seen something. Megan started with the stations closest to Vanderhoof. Small operations, single pumps, convenience stores attached. She'd buy a coffee or a bottle of water, make small talk with whoever was working, and then ease into questions. Do you remember seeing anything unusual back in late April? A girl hitchhiking, maybe? The responses were variations of the same thing. Shrugs, head shakes. People hitch all the time. Can't say I noticed. That was months ago. She moved further west, Fort Fraser, Fraser Lake, stations that serviced long-haul truckers, bigger lots, diesel pumps, diners attached where drivers stopped for coffee and cheap meals. At a station just outside Fraser Lake, she talked to a woman working the cash register, mid-40s. Tired eyes. She listened to Megan's question and nodded slowly. "You're talking about that girl," the woman said. "The one who went missing." Megan confirmed she meant Kayla Martell. The woman glanced toward the parking lot, where two semis idled near the diesel pumps. "I didn't see her, but I remember hearing about it after. People were talking." Megan asked what they were saying. Just that it happened again. Another girl, same road. Megan asked if anyone mentioned seeing her or seeing anything strange. The woman hesitated. "There's always trucks, always someone passing through. Hard to remember one from another." Megan pressed, asking if people must notice regulars, drivers who stop often. The woman's expression shifted slightly. Guarded. "Some, yeah." Megan asked if she remembered any of them being around that week. "I don't keep track," the woman said. "And even if I did, I wouldn't go telling people about it. That's not my place." The conversation ended there. The woman turned back to restocking cigarettes behind the counter, and Megan left. Over the next week, she visited 8 more stations. The pattern repeated. People were polite, sympathetic even, but no one had specific information. Or if they did, they weren't sharing it. At a truck stop near Burns Lake, she spoke with a man in his 60s who worked nights. He was sitting outside on a plastic chair, smoking. When Megan approached, she introduced herself, explained why she was asking questions. The man listened, exhaling smoke slowly, then asked if she was with the police. Megan said no, just trying to help. He asked help. How? By finding out if anyone saw anything. The man stubbed out his cigarette on the pavement. "People see things all the time. Doesn't mean they talk about it." Megan asked why not. "Because talking causes problems. You mention the wrong name, and suddenly you're involved. Suddenly the cops are asking you questions, and your boss is asking why you're talking to the cops, and everyone's looking at you like you know something you shouldn't." Megan asked if people just stay quiet. Most of the time, yeah. Megan sat down on the curb near his chair and asked about that week in April, if he'd noticed anything. The man was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice low. "There's a guy, drives a white semi, independent hauler, not company. Used to come through here a lot, overnight, 3, 4 in the morning, always alone." Megan asked, "What about him?" "Nothing specific, just that he stopped coming through after that girl went missing. Haven't seen him since." She asked if he knew the driver's name. "No, didn't talk to him much. He'd fuel up, pay, leave, kept to himself." Megan asked if he'd told the police. The man shook his head. "Didn't seem like my business." She said it could be important. "Could be nothing," the man said. "Guy probably just switched routes. Happens all the time." Megan said he remembered him, though. "I remember a lot of people," the man said. "Doesn't mean they're involved in anything." Megan pressed him for more details, but he didn't offer much else. Just that the driver was middle-aged, white, average build, drove at night, paid cash sometimes, nothing distinguishing. She thanked him and left, driving back toward Prince George as the sun set behind the mountains. Her mind kept circling back to what he'd said. The driver who'd stopped coming through. The timing. It wasn't proof, but it was something. At the next search meeting, Megan mentioned what she'd learned. Linda listened, her expression neutral, then asked if Megan had reported it to the RCMP. Megan said not yet, that she wanted to see if anyone else had heard anything first. Linda said she should report it. Megan asked if Linda thought they'd follow up. Linda didn't answer right away. They might, but unless you've got a name or a plate number, it's just another vague lead. Megan felt the frustration building and asked if they should just ignore it. No, Linda said. You report it, and then you let them decide what to do with it. Megan reported it the next day, called the RCMP detachment, spoke with a constable who took notes, and thanked her for the information. He didn't ask many follow-up questions, didn't sound particularly interested. 2 weeks later, she called back to ask if they'd investigated the lead. The constable she spoke with checked the file and told her it had been noted, but that there was no actionable information to pursue. Megan repeated the phrase back to him. No actionable information. He confirmed it was correct. She asked if they were looking into it. We investigate all credible leads, the constable said, but without identifying details, there's not much we can do. Megan hung up and sat in her car outside the RCMP detachment, staring at the building. The frustration had solidified into something heavier. Not anger, something closer to futility. She drove back out to Highway 16 that evening, stopped at the same truck stop where she'd spoken with the man. He wasn't there. The attendant on duty was younger, early 20s, and didn't recognize the description of the white semi. Megan bought a coffee and sat in her car in the parking lot, watching trucks come and go. Drivers climbed down from their cabs, stretched, fueled up, paid, and left, faceless, transient, moving through the corridor without leaving a trace. One of them, she thought, had picked up Kayla Martell. One of them knew exactly what had happened to her. And no one was talking. The station manager at the truck stop near Burns Lake was a man named Ray Kolchak, early 50s, heavy-set. He worked the overnight shifts, handling fuel transactions and occasional complaints from drivers about the coffee or the condition of the washrooms. Megan had seen him during her previous visits, but hadn't spoken with him directly. He had the kind of presence that suggested he preferred not to be bothered unless necessary. She found him on a Thursday night, just past midnight. The parking lot was half full, 3 semis idling near the diesel pumps, a handful of cars scattered near the convenience store. The fluorescent lights above the pumps cast everything in harsh, flat white. Megan had driven out from Prince George specifically to catch Ray during his shift. She walked into the store, bought a pack of gum, and waited until the other customers had left. Then she approached the counter. She introduced herself, asking if he was Ray. He glanced at her, his expression wary, and confirmed he was, asking who wanted to know. Megan explained she was asking around about the girl who went missing, Kayla Martell. Ray's jaw tightened. He didn't say anything. Megan continued, saying she'd talked to one of his overnight guys a couple weeks ago who'd mentioned a driver who used to come through regularly. White semi, independent hauler, stopped coming through after Kayla disappeared. Ray set down the scanner he'd been holding. He asked what about him. Megan said She was trying to figure out who he was, if anyone knew his name, or where he operated out of. Ray asked why. Because it might be relevant. Ray exhaled slowly. He looked at her for a long moment, then leaned closer, lowering his voice. You need to stop asking about that. Megan asked why. Because drivers who run at night don't like people poking around, and the people who know them don't like it either. Megan said she wasn't trying to cause problems, but Ray cut her off. You're asking questions that make people uncomfortable, he said. And when people get uncomfortable, they stop talking. Or worse, they start paying attention to who's asking. Megan asked if he was saying someone would come after her. I'm saying you should be smarter about this. She asked if he knew who the driver was. Ray straightened. No. Megan said he knew something, though. I know enough to tell you to leave it alone. He walked away before she could respond, disappearing into the back office. Megan stood there for a moment, staring at the empty counter, then left. She sat in her car in the parking lot, hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to process what had just happened. Ray's warning had been deliberate, not vague, not dismissive. He'd been telling her, clearly, that she was crossing a line, but why? What line? Over the next few days, Megan returned to the truck stops she'd visited before. This time, the responses were different. Workers who'd been willing to talk before suddenly claimed they didn't remember speaking with her. One woman at a station near Fraser Lake looked at Megan and shook her head, before Megan could even ask a question. I don't know anything, the woman said. Megan pointed out she hadn't asked yet. Doesn't matter. I don't know anything. At another station, a man working the cash register told her flat out to leave. We're not interested in whatever you're doing. Go somewhere else. The shift was abrupt, coordinated, as if word had spread that Megan was asking questions and that those questions weren't welcome. She tried calling Ray Kolchak, left a voicemail. He didn't call back. She drove back to the truck stop near Burns Lake and found a different attendant working the overnight shift. A younger guy, maybe mid-20s. She asked him if Ray was around. He's off tonight, the guy said. She asked when he'd be back. Not sure. She asked if he could give Ray a message. The guy hesitated, asking what kind of message. Just tell him Megan called. I need to talk to him. The guy nodded, but didn't write anything down. Megan doubted the message would ever reach Ray. She sat in her car again, staring at the lot, the trucks, the drivers, the endless stream of vehicles moving through. And then she saw it. A white semi, parked near the edge of the lot, away from the lights. No company logo on the door, just a plain white cab and trailer. Megan's heart rate picked up. She grabbed her phone and took a photo of the truck, zooming in on the license plate. Then she sat there, waiting, watching, to see if the driver would emerge. 20 minutes passed. The truck didn't move. No one approached it. Megan got out of her car and walked toward the semi, her pulse hammering in her ears. She circled it slowly, looking for identifying details. The cab was older. The paint was faded. The tires were worn but functional. There was no name on the door, no company decal. Nothing. She reached for the door handle, testing it. Locked. A voice behind her asked if she was looking for something. Megan spun around. A man stood a few meters away, mid-40s, wearing a baseball cap and a faded jacket. He was staring at her, his expression unreadable. Megan asked if it was his truck. The man asked why. I'm just curious. He asked about what. Megan hesitated. The man took a step closer, and something in his posture, the deliberate slowness, the way his eyes didn't blink, made her back away. "Never mind," she said. "Sorry." She walked quickly back to her car, got in, and locked the doors. The man didn't follow. He just stood there watching until Megan started the engine and pulled out of the lot. Her hands were shaking. She drove back to Prince George, checking the rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see headlights following her. They didn't come, but the unease stayed, coiled tight in her chest. That night, she couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about Ray's warning, about the workers who'd suddenly gone silent, about the man at the truck stop and the way he'd looked at her. She'd crossed a line, and now people knew. The next morning, she woke to a missed call from an unknown number. No voicemail. She tried calling back, but the line just rang. 2 days later, she received a text from the same number. 3 words: "Stop asking questions." Megan stared at the message for a long time. Then she deleted it. But she didn't stop. Megan spent the next week trying to identify the white semi she'd photographed. She ran the license plate through online databases, but the results were inconclusive. Registered to a numbered company based in Prince George. No name attached. No operational details. She tried calling the company. The number listed in the business registry went to voicemail. She left a message. No one called back. She searched for the company name online. Nothing came up except the basic registry information. No website, no social media presence, no reviews or complaints. It was the kind of business that existed on paper but left no trace in the world. Frustrated, Megan shifted her approach. She started looking into trucking logistics, how routes were assigned, how deliveries were tracked. She found forums where independent haulers discussed work, complaints about fuel costs, advice on finding contracts, warnings about unreliable brokers. One thread caught her attention: a discussion about subcontractors who operated off the books. Drivers who took cash jobs, avoided electronic logging devices, and moved freight without official records. The practice was illegal, but common in rural areas where enforcement was lax. Megan scrolled through the posts, reading about how these operations worked. Drivers would contract with small freight companies, often through personal connections, and handle deliveries that didn't require documentation. No manifests, no GPS tracking, no paper trail. It was exactly the kind of setup that would allow someone to move along Highway 16 without leaving a record. Megan returned to the truck stops, this time asking different questions. Not about specific drivers, about delivery schedules, about which companies serviced the region, about how often independent haulers pass through. At a station in Vanderhoof, she spoke with a clerk who'd been working there for over a decade. The woman was in her 50s, skeptical but willing to talk. Megan asked about freight companies, specifically independents. There's a lot of them. Most are small operations, 1 or 2 trucks. They pick up contracts wherever they can. Megan asked if any of them ran regular routes along Highway 16. Some. Why? Megan hesitated, then decided to be direct, saying she was trying to figure out if any of them were operating around the time Kayla Martell disappeared. The woman's expression shifted. That's not something I'd know. Megan said the woman would recognize trucks that come through regularly, though. Maybe, but I'm not going to speculate. Megan clarified she wasn't asking for speculation, just if the woman remembered seeing a white semi-independent hauler around late April. The woman was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded slowly. There was a guy Drove a white Freightliner. No company name. Used to stop here once or twice a week. Haven't seen him in a while. Megan asked if she knew who he worked for. No. She asked if he'd ever mentioned where he was hauling to. We didn't talk. He'd fuel up, pay, leave. Megan asked if it was cash or card. Usually cash. Megan felt a flicker of something, not quite hope, but momentum. She asked if the woman remembered anything else about him, age or description. White guy, maybe late 40s, early 50s, average height. Didn't stand out. Megan asked if she hadn't seen him since April. Not that I remember. Megan thanked her and left, her mind racing. She drove back to Prince George and spent the evening searching for trucking companies based in the region. She cross-referenced them with reports of deliveries along Highway 16, looking for patterns. One name appeared multiple times. Northern Freight Solutions, a small company operating out of Prince George, specializing in contract hauling. For forestry and mining operations, they employed a handful of drivers, most of them subcontractors. Megan called the company the next morning. A woman answered, her tone clipped, identifying the business. Megan said she was calling to inquire about one of their drivers, that she was trying to track down a delivery that was made in late April. We don't give out driver information. Megan said she wasn't asking for personal details, just needed to know if one of their drivers was operating along Highway 16 during that time. The woman asked why. It's related to an incident. I'm trying to gather information. The woman asked if Megan was with the police. No? Then I can't help you? The line went dead. Megan tried calling back. No answer. She drove to the company's address, listed in the business registry. It was a small office in an industrial park on the north side of Prince George. The building was nondescript, prefab construction, faded siding, a single door with a small sign that read, Northern Freight Solutions. Megan knocked. No response. She tried the door. Locked. A man emerged from the neighboring unit, mid-40s, wearing coveralls stained with grease. He asked if she was looking for Northern Freight. Megan said yes, and asked if he knew if they were still operating. Couldn't tell you. Haven't seen anyone there in a few weeks. She asked if he knew the owner. Guy named Howe. Darren Howe. Keeps to himself. Megan thanked him and returned to her car. She searched for Darren Howe online. Found a few sparse details. Mid-50s, no social media presence, a single mention in a local business directory from 2018. She tried calling Northern Freight again. Still no answer. That evening, she drove back to the industrial park. The office was dark. No vehicles in the lot. She sat in her car, staring at the building, feeling the weight of another dead end. But then her phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Stop digging. You're going to get people in trouble. Megan stared at the screen. Her pulse quickened. She typed a response. Who is this? No reply. She waited. Nothing. The next morning, she called the RCMP and asked to speak with someone about the Kayla Martell case. She was transferred to a constable who listened to her explain what she had found. The trucking company, the driver descriptions, the gaps in activity. We'll look into it, the constable said. Megan asked when. As soon as we can. She said this could be important. We understand. We'll follow up. The call ended. Megan didn't believe them. 2 days later, Northern Freight Solutions announced they were ceasing operations. A brief notice appeared in the business registry. Company closed. Due to internal review, no further information available. Megan tried calling again. The number was disconnected. She drove back to the industrial park. The office was empty. The sign was gone. The door was locked, and when she peered through the window, the interior was cleared out. No desks, no files, nothing. She stood there, staring at the empty space, feeling the truth settle over her like a weight. Someone had closed the company deliberately. Someone had erased the records, and whoever had done it fast, before anyone could look too closely at what those records might reveal. Flin Flon sits on the border between Manitoba and Saskatchewan, 650 kilometers northwest of Winnipeg. Population under 5,000. The town grew around the mines, built in the 1920s when copper and zinc deposits were discovered deep beneath the Canadian Shield. For decades, the operations defined everything: employment, infrastructure, the reason anyone settled there at all. By the time Claire Emmett arrived in late August, most of the major shafts had been closed for years, their headframes left standing like skeletal monuments across the landscape. The active mining had moved elsewhere, consolidated into newer sites, but the old structures remained, rusted and immovable, part of the town's identity, even in dormancy. Claire had taken a one-year contract as a substitute teacher at the local high school, filling in for someone on medical leave. She was 29, from Winnipeg originally, and the posting had come through an agency that specialized in rural placements. The pay was decent, the cost of living was low, and she needed the work. Her rental was a small bungalow on the eastern edge of town, a 15-minute walk from the school. The house was older, probably built in the 60s, with vinyl siding that had faded to a dull beige and a chain-link fence separating the yard from the open land beyond. The property backed onto a stretch of scrubland, dotted with rusted equipment and the concrete foundations of structures that had been demolished decades earlier. Beyond that, maybe 200 meters away, stood the remnants of an old shaft house. Weathered wood, corrugated metal roof, half collapsed, the access tunnels sealed with concrete and warning signs, too faded to read from a distance. The landlord had mentioned the proximity to the old mine sites when she signed the lease, noting that the area was safe, but not particularly scenic. Claire didn't mind. She'd grown up around industrial remnants, vacant lots in Winnipeg where factories had once stood. Decay didn't bother her. It was just part of the landscape. Her first few weeks fell into a predictable rhythm. She'd wake early, make coffee in the small kitchen, and walk to the school through quiet streets where most of the houses looked similar: modest, functional, built for workers who no longer worked there. The school itself was a low brick building with narrow hallways and classrooms that smelled like old textbooks and floor polish. The students were polite but distant, the kind of detachment that came from knowing most teachers didn't stay long. The staff was a mix of lifers who'd been there for decades and younger teachers like Claire, passing through on short contracts. No one asked her much about herself. Conversations stayed surface level. Weather, lesson plans, whether the grocery store had restocked the decent coffee yet. It was the kind of small-town politeness that didn't extend to actual connection. Claire didn't push. She was there to work, not to integrate. Her evenings were quiet. She'd cook simple meals, grade papers, watch the sun set behind the old mine structures. The silence was total. No traffic noise, no neighbors close enough to hear. Just the wind, moving through the empty land, and the occasional creak of metal settling in the cold. By mid-September, The temperature had already started to drop. The mornings were sharp, frost forming on the grass, the sky pale and colourless. Claire started keeping the heat on overnight, the furnace kicking in with a low rumble that echoed through the basement. One Saturday morning, she went down to check the water heater after noticing the pressure seemed low. The basement was unfinished. Concrete floor, exposed joists, a single bulb hanging from a wire. The furnace sat in the corner. A hulking oil unit that looked original to the house. Behind it, tucked against the wall where the pipes ran up through the floor, she noticed a gap. A space between the furnace and the foundation, narrow but deep enough that something could fit there. She crouched down, shining her phone's flashlight into the gap. The beam caught the edge of something dark. Fabric, maybe, or leather. She reached in carefully, her fingers brushing against a surface that was damp and gritty with soot. She pulled it out slowly. It was a book, a ledger, the kind with a hard cover and sewn binding, the pages yellowed and warped from moisture. The cover was stained, partially blackened, but intact. Claire set it on the floor and wiped her hands on her jeans, then opened it carefully. The pages were filled with handwriting, neat, deliberate script in blue ink that had faded in places but remained legible. Names, dates, short annotations beside each entry. The first page was dated April 1967. The entries continued, page after page, spanning years. Claire flipped through slowly, scanning the names. They were almost all men's names. Beside each one was a date and a brief note. North Tunnel, 3rd level. Shaft 7, below water table. Collapse, Section 4. The annotations were terse, clinical, as though the writer had been documenting something routine. But the placement of the ledger, hidden behind the furnace, tucked into a space that would only be found by accident, suggested it wasn't routine at all. Claire carried the ledger upstairs and set it on the kitchen table. She made coffee and sat down, turning the pages more carefully now, reading each entry. The names were unfamiliar. The dates spanned decades. The most recent entry from 1989, 34 years ago. Whoever had written this had stopped long before Claire was born. She didn't know what it meant, but something about the ledger, the careful handwriting, the hidden placement, the cold specificity of the notes made her uneasy. She closed it and set it aside, telling herself she'd look into it later. But that night, lying in bed, she couldn't stop thinking about the names, about the dates, about the shafts and tunnels mentioned in the notes, and the fact that some of the entries simply read, "Not recovered." She didn't sleep well. Claire brought the ledger to school on Monday, intending to ask someone if they recognized any of the names. But when she pulled it out in the staff room during her lunch break, the reaction was immediate. One of the older teachers, a woman named Brenda who'd been at the school for over 20 years, glanced at the cover and her expression shifted. Not curiosity, something closer to alarm. She asked where Claire had found it. Claire explained about the basement, the gap behind the furnace. Brenda didn't touch the book. She just stared at it for a moment, then stood and walked out of the room without saying anything else. The other teacher present, a younger man named Derek, looked uncomfortable. He asked what was in it. Claire opened the ledger and showed him a few pages. The names, the dates, the annotations. Derek skimmed the entries, his jaw tight, then closed the book and slid it back toward Claire. He said it looked like old mine records and that she should probably leave it alone. Claire asked why. Derek hesitated, then said that mining history in Flin Flon was complicated, and that people didn't like talking about it. Claire asked what he meant by complicated. Derek didn't answer. He just picked up his coffee and left. Claire sat there, staring at the ledger, feeling the weight of the silence that had followed Brenda and Derek out of the room. She packed the book into her bag and spent the rest of the day wondering what she'd stumbled into. That evening, she started cross-referencing the names in the ledger with online archives. The Flin Flon Public Library had digitized old newspapers dating back to the 1960s, and she spent hours scrolling through microfilm scans, searching for mentions of the men listed in the book. The first name she found, Robert Callahan, dated June 1968, appeared in a brief article from that summer. Local miner leaves town for work in Alberta. The article was 2 sentences long, buried on page 6. No photo, no details about where in Alberta or what kind of work. Just a vague acknowledgement that he'd left. Claire searched for more mentions of Callahan. Nothing. No marriage announcements, no obituaries, no follow-up articles. He'd simply disappeared from the public record after that one note. She tried another name. Thomas Pruitt, dated September 1971. Another brief mention. Miner relocates south, family to follow. Again, no details, no indication that the family ever did follow. Claire kept searching. The pattern repeated. Nearly every name in the ledger had a corresponding mention in the newspaper. Brief, vague, always framed as a voluntary departure. But none of them had any follow-up. No records of where they went. No traces of their lives continuing elsewhere. And then she found the names that didn't appear at all. Daniel Keogh, dated March 1974. No mention in the newspaper, no record of him leaving town, no obituary, nothing. Claire searched census records, phone directories, provincial databases. Daniel Keogh had existed. She found a marriage record from 1969, a birth certificate for his daughter in 1971. And then, in 1974, he vanished from every public record. No death certificate, no forwarding address, just gone. She found 3 more like him, names in the ledger with no corresponding departure notice, no official acknowledgement of what had happened to them. The annotations beside their names were brief. Shaft 4, water breach. Tunnel 9, ceiling failure. Not recovered. Claire closed her laptop and stared at the ledger. The realization settled over her, slowly, cold and undeniable. The book wasn't a record of departures, it was a record of deaths. Deaths that had never been officially reported. The next morning, she asked Brenda if they could talk privately. Brenda agreed, reluctantly, and they met in an empty classroom during the lunch break. Claire showed her the ledger again and explained what she'd found. The names that matched vague departure notices, the names that had no record at all, the annotations suggesting accidents underground. Brenda listened, her face impassive, then said she didn't know anything about it. Claire pressed, asking if Brenda had ever heard of workers disappearing, of accidents that weren't reported. Brenda's expression hardened. She said that mining was dangerous work, that people left town all the time, and that digging into the past wouldn't change anything. Claire asked why everyone seemed so uncomfortable talking about it. Brenda stood, gathering her things. She said that some things were better left alone, and that Claire should focus on her teaching, not on old records that didn't concern her. Then she left. Claire sat in the empty classroom, staring at the ledger. The message was clear. People knew, or they suspected, and they didn't want her asking. That evening, Claire walked out to the old shaft house behind her property. The structure was more deteriorated up close. The wood, soft with rot, the metal roof sagging inward. The access tunnel was sealed with concrete, a barrier that looked newer than the structure itself, probably installed when the mine was officially closed. But the concrete was cracked in places, and through one of the wider gaps, she could see darkness beyond, a void that dropped away into nothing. She stood there for a long time, staring at the sealed entrance, thinking about the names in the ledger, about the men who'd gone down into those tunnels and never come back up, about the town that had written them off as departures, relocations, anything but what they actually were. And she thought about the ledger itself, about who had written it, about why someone had felt compelled to keep a record when no one else would. She walked back to the house as the sun set, the sky turning pale and cold. The ledger sat on her kitchen table, the names waiting. Claire spent the next week compiling a timeline. She took the names from the ledger and organized them chronologically, noting the dates and the annotations. Then she cross-referenced each one with the newspaper archives, looking for any public acknowledgement of their disappearance. The pattern became sharper the more she worked. Between 1967 and 1989, 43 names appeared in the ledger. Of those, 28 had brief mentions in the newspaper, vague notices about leaving town, relocating for work, moving to be with family. None of those mentions included follow-up information, no forwarding addresses, no confirmation that they'd actually arrived wherever they were supposedly going. The remaining 15 names had no public record at all, no departure notices, no death certificates. They simply stopped appearing in any documentation after the dates listed in the ledger. Claire pulled employment records from the provincial archives, looking for information about the mining company that had operated in Flin Flon during those years. The operation had changed hands multiple times, consolidated under different corporate structures, but the records showed thousands of workers employed over the decades. She found personnel files for some of the men in the ledger, hire dates, job classifications, wage information, but the termination records were inconsistent. Some men were listed as resigned, others as transferred. A few had no termination record at all, as though they'd simply stopped existing in the company's system. Claire found a contact number for the Provincial Mining Safety Office and called, explaining that she was researching historical safety practices and wanted to know if there were records of accidents or fatalities at the Flin Flon site between 1967 and 1989. The woman who answered said that safety records from that period were incomplete, and that many companies at the time didn't report minor incidents. Claire asked what qualified as minor. The woman said anything that didn't result in a confirmed fatality or permanent disability. Claire asked how a fatality would be confirmed. The woman said there would need to be a body recovered and an official inquest. Claire asked what happened if a body wasn't recovered. The woman hesitated, then said that technically, without a body, the incident might not be classified as a fatality. It could be recorded as a disappearance or a voluntary departure, depending on how the company chose to handle it. Claire thanked her and hung up. She sat at her kitchen table, staring at the timeline she'd created. The truth was becoming clear. The men in the ledger had died underground. Their deaths had been hidden, reframed as departures or resignations, anything to avoid the regulatory scrutiny and compensation claims that would come with admitting a fatality. The ledger was the only record that told the truth. At school, Claire tried asking some of the older staff members if they remembered any of the names. Most claimed not to. A few admitted they sounded vaguely familiar, but couldn't place them. One teacher, a man in his 60s named Walter, pulled her aside after she'd asked about Thomas Pruitt. Walter had grown up in Flin Flon, his father a miner, and he remembered hearing stories as a kid. He said people used to talk about men who went into the shafts and didn't come back, but that the official story was always that they'd left town. He said his father had warned him never to ask too many questions about it, that the mine was the only employer in town and no one wanted to jeopardize that. Claire asked if Walter thought the deaths had been covered up. Walter said he didn't know for sure, but that it wouldn't surprise him. He said the company had a lot of power back then, and that safety regulations weren't what they were now. He told her to be careful who she talked to about it. That weekend, Claire drove to the Flin Flon Library and asked to see archived company records. The librarian, a woman in her 50s, said most of the mining company's records had been transferred to a private archive in Winnipeg when the operation consolidated. Claire asked if there were any local records still available. The librarian said there were a few boxes of miscellaneous documents in the basement, donated by families over the years, but they weren't catalogued. Claire asked if she could look through them. The librarian hesitated, then agreed. She led Claire down to a dim storage room lined with metal shelves. The boxes were labeled by decade, most of them containing old photographs, pay stubs, and personal correspondence. Claire spent hours going through them, looking for anything that referenced the names in the ledger. She found a few pay stubs, a photograph of a work crew, the men's faces grainy and indistinct. And then, in a box, labeled 1970s Personal Effects, she found a letter. It was addressed to the wife of one of the men in the ledger, Daniel Keogh. The letter was from the mining company, dated April 1974, 1 month after the date listed, beside Keogh's name, in the ledger. The letter was brief and formal. It stated that Daniel Keogh had ceased employment with the company effective March 15, 1974, and that his final wages would be forwarded to his last known address. There was no mention of why he'd left, no acknowledgement of an accident, just a cold, bureaucratic termination of his employment. Claire photographed the letter and kept searching. She found 2 more like it. Letters to families, all dated shortly after the entries in the ledger, all using the same vague language about cessation of employment. None of them mentioned death. None of them offered condolences. By the time the library closed, Claire's hands were shaking. She walked back to her car, the weight of what she'd found pressing against her chest. These men had died. Their families had been told nothing, and the town had moved on as though they'd never existed. Claire decided to visit the Flin Flon Senior Centre, hoping to find someone who'd worked in the mines during the decades covered by the ledger. The centre was a low building near the town's main street, a place where older residents gathered for coffee and cards. Claire introduced herself to the staff and explained she was a teacher, researching local history. She asked if anyone there had worked in the mines in the 1960s or 70s. One of the staff members pointed to a table in the corner where 3 men sat playing cribbage. She said the man on the left, a heavy-set guy with white hair and a cane resting against his chair, was named Vincent LaChance. He'd worked underground for over 30 years, before retiring in the early 1990s. Claire approached the table and introduced herself. Vincent looked up. his expression neutral. She explained that she'd found an old ledger and was trying to understand what it documented. She asked if he'd be willing to talk. Vincent studied her for a moment, then told the other men he'd be back. He stood slowly, leaning on his cane, and gestured for Claire to follow him to a quieter corner of the room. They sat in 2 chairs near the window, the afternoon light pale and cold. Claire pulled out the ledger and opened it to the first few pages, showing Vincent the names and dates. Vincent looked at the entries, his jaw tightening. He didn't touch the book. After a long silence, he said it should have stayed buried. Claire asked what he meant. Vincent said that what was in the ledger wasn't something people talked about. Not then and not now. Claire asked if he knew what had happened to the men listed. Vincent leaned back in his chair, his expression weary. He said that working underground in those days was brutal. Safety regulations were minimal. Equipment failed. Tunnels collapsed. Water breached the lower levels. Men died. It happened more often than anyone wanted to admit. Claire asked why the deaths weren't reported. Vincent said because reporting them meant shutdowns, investigations, compensation claims. The company couldn't afford that. The town couldn't afford that. So when someone didn't come back up, the company would clean it up internally. They'd tell the family the worker had quit or transferred. They'd pay them off quietly if they had to, and the official record would show nothing. Claire asked if he'd known any of the men in the ledger. Vincent nodded slowly. He said he'd worked alongside a few of them. Good men, hard-working. They'd gone down one day and never come back. He said the company had told everyone they'd left town, found work elsewhere. But the men who'd been there, the ones who'd seen what happened, they knew the truth. Claire asked what had happened. Vincent said there were accidents that were never properly investigated, cave-ins where the bodies were left buried, because retrieving them would have required shutting down the entire shaft. Water breaches where men drowned, and the tunnels were sealed to prevent flooding. Structural failures, where the company decided it was cheaper to seal the section than to recover the remains. He said the ledger was probably kept by someone who couldn't live with the lies, someone who wanted a record of what had actually happened, even if no one would ever see it. Claire asked if Vincent knew who'd written it. He shook his head. He said it could have been anyone, a foreman, a safety inspector, maybe even a worker who felt guilty for surviving. He said whoever it was had taken a risk, keeping it, and an even bigger risk, hiding it where it might eventually be found. Claire asked if the company had known about the ledger. Vincent said he doubted it. If they had, it would have been destroyed. He said the fact that it survived meant it had been hidden well, probably passed quietly from one person to another, until it ended up in the basement where Claire found it. He said she was lucky no one else had found it first. Claire asked what he meant. Vincent leaned forward, his voice dropping. He said that even now, decades later, there were people in town who didn't want this kind of thing coming to light. People who'd worked for the company. People whose livelihoods had depended on keeping the operation running. People who'd convinced themselves that what happened was necessary, or at least unavoidable. He said that if Claire started asking too many questions, she'd find doors closing. People who'd been willing to talk would stop, and she might start getting warnings to back off. Claire asked if he thought she was in danger. Vincent said he didn't know, but that she should be careful. He said the town had a long memory, and that secrets like the ones in the ledger didn't stay buried unless people worked to keep them that way. He told her to think carefully about what she planned to do with the information and whether it was worth the risk. Then he stood, leaning heavily on his cane, and walked back to his card game without saying goodbye. Claire sat there for a long time, staring at the ledger. The weight of Vincent's warning settled over her, cold and deliberate. She'd crossed a line, and people had noticed. Claire spent the next week digging through archived documents at the Provincial Records Office in Winnipeg. She'd taken a personal day from school and driven the 6.5-hour trip south, determined to find official documentation that corroborated what was in the ledger. The records office was a bureaucratic maze, rows of filing cabinets, microfiche readers, and board clerks who directed her from one department to another. She requested mining safety reports, incident logs, and company correspondence from the Flin Flon operation between 1967 and 1989. The process took hours. Most of the documents were stored off-site and had to be retrieved. By late afternoon, she had a stack of files spread across a table in the reading room. The safety reports were sparse. Annual summaries, filed with the provincial government, listing total hours worked, number of employees, and reported incidents. The incidents were categorized by severity: minor injuries, lost time injuries, fatalities. Claire scanned the fatality columns. For the 22-year period covered by the ledger, the official reports listed a total of 6 fatalities at the Flin Flon site. 6. The ledger contained 43 names. She pulled out the incident logs next. These were internal company documents, memos and reports filed by supervisors after accidents occurred. The logs were more detailed than the public reports, listing dates, locations, and brief descriptions of what had happened. Claire cross-referenced them with the ledger. She found matches. On June 12, 1968, an internal memo reported a structural failure in North Tunnel, Level 3. The ledger had an entry for the same date. Robert Callahan, North Tunnel, 3rd level. The memo stated that the section had been sealed due to instability and that operations had resumed in adjacent areas within 48 hours. There was no mention of casualties. Claire found another match. September 22, 1971. Internal memo. Water breach, shaft 7, below water table, section sealed pending assessment. Ledger entry, Thomas Pruitt, shaft 7, below water table. Again, no mention of casualties in the memo. Just a note that the affected area had been closed and operations redirected. She kept searching. The pattern repeated. Every entry in the ledger that referenced a specific tunnel or shaft had a corresponding internal memo describing an incident: cave-ins, water breaches, equipment failures. But none of the memos acknowledged fatalities. The language was always the same. Section sealed. Operations redirected. No impact on production. It was as though the men who died had simply been erased from the record, their deaths treated as logistical inconveniences rather than tragedies. Claire pulled out the company correspondence files next. These were letters between the mining company's head office and the provincial government, covering regulatory compliance, safety audits, and operational updates. She found a letter dated October 1974, responding to a government inquiry about worker safety at the Flin Flon site. The letter stated that the company maintained rigorous safety standards and that all incidents were reported in accordance with provincial regulations. It cited the low number of reported fatalities as evidence of the company's commitment to worker welfare. The letter was signed by the company's regional manager at the time, a man named Harold Pittman. Claire photographed the letter and kept digging. She found more correspondence, letters reassuring the government that operations were safe, letters deflecting concerns raised by union representatives, letters minimizing incidents that had occurred and framing them as isolated events rather than systemic problems. The tone was consistent, confident, dismissive, designed to prevent scrutiny. Claire sat back in her chair, staring at the documents. The truth was undeniable now. The company had deliberately underreported fatalities. They'd sealed tunnels and shafts where men had died, buried the evidence underground, and filed reports that made no mention of the deaths. The families had been told lies. The government had been told lies. And the ledger was the only record that told the truth. She packed up the files and left the records office, driving back to Flin Flon in silence. The highway stretched endlessly, the landscape flat and barren, the sky heavy with clouds. She thought about the men in the ledger, about their families who'd been told they'd left town, about the children who'd grown up believing their fathers had abandoned them, about the decades of silence that had followed, unchallenged and uncorrected. By the time she reached Flin Flon, it was late evening. The town was dark, the streets empty. Claire parked in front of her rental and sat in the car for a long time, staring at the old shaft house in the distance. The structure was barely visible in the darkness, just a silhouette against the night sky. But she knew it was there. She knew what lay beneath it, and she knew that no one else was going to do anything about it. The next morning, Claire called the RCMP detachment in Flin Flon and asked to speak with someone about historical mining deaths. The officer who answered asked what specifically she was inquiring about. Claire explained that she'd found evidence suggesting unreported fatalities at the old mining site and that she wanted to know what the process would be for investigating. The officer said that incidents from that long ago would be difficult to investigate and that without concrete evidence, bodies, witnesses, official complaints filed at the time, there wasn't much the RCMP could do. Claire said she had a ledger documenting the deaths, with names, dates, and locations. The officer asked if she could bring it in. Claire said she would. She gathered the ledger and the photocopies of the documents she'd found in Winnipeg and drove to the detachment. The officer she spoke with was polite, but skeptical. He looked through the ledger, flipping the pages slowly, then asked where she'd found it. Claire explained about the basement, the gap behind the furnace. The officer asked if she had any way to verify the authenticity of the ledger. Claire said she'd cross-referenced the entries with newspaper archives and company records and that the dates and locations matched. The officer said he'd file a report and forward it to the appropriate investigative unit, but that she shouldn't expect immediate action. He said cases like this required significant resources, and that without living witnesses or recoverable remains, prosecution would be nearly impossible. Claire asked if anyone would at least acknowledge what had happened. The officer said he couldn't make any promises. Claire left the detachment feeling hollow. She'd done everything she could, and it still wasn't enough. Claire returned home from school on a Thursday afternoon in late October to find her front door ajar. Not broken, just unlocked and slightly open, as though someone had left in a hurry. She stood on the porch for a long moment, her pulse quickening, then pushed the door open slowly. The interior was a mess. Drawers pulled open, their contents dumped on the floor, cushions torn off the couch, books swept off shelves, but nothing seemed to be missing. Her laptop was still on the kitchen table. Her wallet was in her purse, untouched. The television was still mounted on the wall. Whoever had broken in hadn't been looking for valuables. They'd been looking for something specific. Claire's stomach dropped. She ran to her bedroom, where she'd been keeping the ledger in the bottom drawer of her dresser, wrapped in a towel. The drawer was open. The towel was on the floor. The ledger was gone. She searched the entire house, checking every drawer, every closet, every possible place it could have been moved. It wasn't there. Someone had taken it. Claire called the RCMP. 2 officers arrived within 30 minutes, a man and a woman, both in their 30s. They walked through the house, taking notes, asking questions. When had she last seen the ledger? Who knew she had it? Had she noticed anyone following her or watching the house? Claire answered as best she could, but the officers seemed more focused on the lack of damage than on the missing item. The man asked if she was sure nothing else had been taken. Claire said she was sure. The woman asked if the ledger had any monetary value. Claire said no, but that it was evidence of historical crimes. The officers exchanged a glance. The man said that without forced entry or significant property loss, the case would be filed as a low-priority break-in. Claire said the ledger was the only thing taken, and that it had been hidden deliberately, suggesting the intruder knew exactly what they were looking for. The woman said they'd file a report and follow up if any leads emerged, but that recovery of the item was unlikely. They left after 20 minutes. Claire stood in the middle of her ransacked living room, feeling the weight of what had just happened. Someone had known she had the ledger. Someone had waited until she was gone and taken it. And the police didn't care. That evening, Claire tried calling the RCMP detachment to ask about the report she'd filed earlier in the week. The one about the historical mining deaths. The officer who answered said he'd check and put her on hold. After 5 minutes, he came back and said the report had been forwarded to a cold case unit in Winnipeg, but that there was no active investigation at this time. Claire asked if they'd at least acknowledged the information she'd provided. The officer said the report was on file. That was all. She hung up and sat at her kitchen table, staring at the empty space where the ledger had been. The truth was gone. The only physical evidence of what had happened to those men had been taken, and no one was going to do anything about it. Over the next few days, Claire noticed changes in how people treated her. At school, conversations stopped when she entered the staff room. Colleagues who'd been friendly before now avoided her. Brenda, the older teacher who'd reacted so strongly to the ledger, stopped acknowledging Claire entirely. Even Walter, the man who'd warned her to be careful, gave her a curt nod in the hallway and kept walking. The message was clear. She'd pushed too far. And the town had decided she was a problem. Claire started feeling watched. She'd see the same truck parked on her street in the evenings, a faded red Ford with a dented bumper. It would sit there for an hour or two, then drive away. She'd notice people staring at her in the grocery store, their expressions neutral, but their attention deliberate. Once, walking home from school, she saw a man standing near the old shaft house behind her property. He was just standing there, hands in his pockets, looking in her direction. When she stopped to watch him, he turned and walked away. She told herself she was being paranoid, that the break-in had rattled her, and she was seeing threats where there were none. But the feeling didn't go away. One evening, she found a note tucked under her windshield wiper. Plain white paper, folded once with 3 words written in black marker. Leave it alone. Claire stared at the note, her hands shaking. She looked around the parking lot, but no one was there. She got into her car, locked the doors, and drove home. That night, she barely slept. She kept thinking about the ledger, about the men whose names had been in it, about the families who'd never known the truth, and about the people in Flin Flon who were determined to keep it that way. Claire submitted her resignation to the school district on November 2nd, citing personal reasons. The principal accepted it without question, as though he'd been expecting it. Her last day would be November 15th, giving them 2 weeks to find a replacement. She didn't tell anyone she was leaving until the week before. The reactions were minimal. A few polite goodbyes. No one asked why. No one seemed surprised. On her final day, she packed up her classroom in silence. The students barely acknowledged her departure. She handed in her keys and left the building without ceremony. Her rental lease ran through the end of the month, but Claire didn't want to stay that long. She spent the weekend packing, loading her car with everything she'd brought. The house felt emptier than it had when she'd arrived, stripped of the small comforts she'd added. Just walls and floors, and the faint smell of oil from the furnace. On her last morning, Claire walked out to the old shaft house one final time. The structure looked the same as it had when she'd first seen it. Weathered, collapsing. The access tunnel sealed with cracked concrete. She stood there for a long time, staring at the sealed entrance, thinking about what lay beneath. The tunnels, the buried sections, the men who'd never been recovered. She thought about the ledger, gone now, taken by someone who wanted the truth to stay hidden. And she thought about the town, the people who'd chosen silence over justice, who'd convinced themselves that forgetting was easier than acknowledging what had been done. Claire had kept copies of the documents she'd found in Winnipeg, photocopies of the internal memos, the company correspondence, the letters to families. She'd uploaded them to a cloud drive before the break-in, just in case. But without the ledger, without the names and dates written in that careful handwriting, the documents felt incomplete. Evidence without context. Proof of a system that had failed, but not proof of who had been lost. Whitehorse sits in the southern Yukon, roughly 150 kilometers north of the British Columbia border. Population 28,000. The town functions as the territorial capital, but step 20 minutes outside the city limits, and the landscape opens into something else entirely. Endless boreal forest, river valleys carved deep into the permafrost, and silence so complete it feels like pressure against your eardrums. The summer of 2019 was dry, record dry. By late June, the fire danger rating had been sitting at extreme for 3 consecutive weeks, and Parks Canada had issued advisories warning against campfires and off-road travel. The forests were tinder. One spark could erase thousands of hectares in a matter of hours. Jesse Kowalski had arrived in Whitehorse on May 23rd, fresh from his firefighting certification program in Fort McMurray. He was 24, originally from Red Deer, and this was his first posting with a territorial crew. The job was straightforward. Monitor high-risk corridors, respond to spot fires before they could spread, maintain equipment, and log daily observations. The crew operated out of a small station on the Alaska Highway, a prefab building with bunks, a kitchen, and a garage that smelled like diesel and burnt coffee. There were 6 of them rotating shifts, 3 rookies like Jesse, 2 veterans who'd been working fires for over a decade, and a crew chief named Hank Mercer, who spoke in clipped sentences and rarely smiled. Jesse's assignment covered a 60-kilometer stretch of backcountry road branching off the highway near Takini Hot Springs. The route was unpaved, narrow, and wound through dense spruce forest interspersed with old homesteads and seasonal cabins. Most of the properties were unoccupied during the summer, their owners living down south and only visiting during winter when the snow made the land accessible by snowmobile. Jesse would drive the route twice a day, once in the morning and again in the late afternoon, scanning for smoke, checking water sources, and documenting conditions. The work was repetitive, predictable, the kind of job where hours blurred together and the radio stayed silent for days at a time. The first 2 weeks passed without incident. Jesse logged his routes, noted wind speeds and humidity levels, and spent his evenings at the station playing cards with the other rookies. The veterans, Hank included, kept to themselves, eating quickly and disappearing into their bunks or heading out for night patrols. Jesse didn't take it personally. He'd been told that northern crews operated differently, less chatter, more self-reliance. People did their jobs and didn't ask unnecessary questions. By mid-June, Jesse had started noticing patterns in the landscape. Certain sections of the route were drier than others, the underbrush brittle and grey. Certain cabins showed signs of neglect, collapsed porches, broken windows, roofs sagging under the weight of old snow damage. He made notes in his log, marking the high-risk areas, the places where a fire could take hold quickly. On June 18th, during his afternoon patrol, Jesse spotted smoke. It was faint, a thin grey column rising above the tree line about 2 kilometers off the main road. He radioed it in, and Hank responded within seconds, telling him to hold position and wait for backup. Jesse pulled over and grabbed his gear: helmet, gloves, a handheld extinguisher. He walked toward the smoke, following a narrow trail that wound through the trees. The air smelled sharp, acrid. When he reached the source, he found a small fire, burning in a clearing, maybe 3 meters across. The flames were low, feeding on dry grass and deadfall. It wasn't spreading yet, but it would. Jesse deployed the extinguisher, smothering the flames in chemical foam. The fire died quickly, leaving behind a blackened patch of earth and the faint hiss of cooling embers. Hank arrived 10 minutes later, followed by one of the veterans, a man named Garrett. They examined the site, poking through the ash with their boots, checking for hot spots. Hank asked Jesse if he'd seen anyone in the area. Jesse said no. Hank asked if he'd smelled fuel. Jesse said he wasn't sure. The smoke had been thick, and everything smelled burnt. Hank nodded, making notes in his own log, then told Jesse to finish his patrol and head back to the station. That evening, over dinner, Jesse asked what had caused the fire. Hank said it was probably lightning. Jesse pointed out that there hadn't been a storm in over a week. Hank said lightning could smolder for days before igniting, especially in dry conditions. The other veterans nodded in agreement. The conversation moved on. But Jesse kept thinking about the clearing, about the way the fire had been burning, contained, almost deliberate, as though it had started in one spot and hadn't spread the way a natural ignition would. He didn't say anything else that night. He just ate his dinner and went to bed, listening to the sound of the wind moving through the trees outside. Over the next week, Jesse found 3 more fires, all of them small, all of them in clearings near old cabins, all of them extinguished before they could spread. Each time, Hank and the veterans attributed them to lightning. Each time, Jesse noted that the skies had been clear, and each time the conversation ended the same way, with a dismissal that felt practiced, as though the explanation mattered more than the truth. By the end of June, Jesse had started documenting the fires on his own. He took photos of the burn patterns, noted the distances between ignition points, and recorded the dates and times. The fires were clustered, too clustered to be random, and none of them showed the radial spread typical of lightning strikes. They looked like they'd been started deliberately, one after another, in a pattern that suggested intent. Jesse didn't know what that intent was, but he knew something was wrong, and he knew no one else was willing to say it. On July 2nd, Jesse responded to another call. Smoke reported near mile 42 of his patrol route, close to a cluster of 3 old cabins that sat back from the road, accessible only by a rutted dirt track. He drove out alone this time. Hank had sent the other crew members to a larger fire east of the highway, and Jesse was told to handle this one himself. It was mid-afternoon, the sun high and unforgiving, the temperature pushing 30 degrees. The air was dry enough that Jesse's throat felt raw just from breathing. He parked at the turnoff and walked the track toward the cabins, carrying a shovel and a water canister. The smoke was visible before he reached the site, a thin plume rising from behind the middle cabin. The fire was small, maybe 2 meters across, burning in a patch of grass and low shrub. Jesse deployed his extinguisher, smothering the flames quickly, then doused the area with water to ensure no embers remained. He stood there for a moment, scanning the ground. The burn pattern was the same as the others, a central ignition point with minimal spread. No charred trees, no evidence of a lightning strike hitting from above. Just a concentrated burn that had started at ground level. Jesse crouched and examined the ash. Beneath the surface layer, he found fragments of something that didn't belong. Small pieces of cloth, darkened and partially consumed, and a faint, chemical smell that wasn't consistent with natural burning. He stood and walked toward the cabins. All 3 were old, probably built in the 70s or 80s. The middle one, closest to the fire, had a sagging roof and windows covered with plywood. The door was padlocked, but the wood around the frame was rotted, and Jesse could see gaps where the structure had shifted over the years. He didn't go inside. He just circled the building, looking for signs of recent activity. The grass around the cabin was trampled in places, the pattern suggesting someone had walked here recently. Not animals, people. He found boot prints near the back corner, leading away from the cabin toward the fire site. The prints were fresh, the edges still sharp in the dry soil. Jesse radioed Hank, explaining what he'd found. Hank's response was immediate and curt. Extinguish. Document. Return to station. Jesse asked if he should report the boot prints. Hank said no. Jesse asked if someone should investigate the cabins. Hank said the cabins were private property and not within their jurisdiction. The conversation ended. Jesse stood there, staring at the radio, feeling the weight of Hank's dismissal. He took photos anyway. The burn site, the boot prints, the cabin. Then he walked back to his truck and drove to the station. That evening, he tried bringing it up again. He showed Hank the photos, pointed out the boot prints and the cloth fragments. Hank barely looked at them. He said the prints could have been from anyone. Hunters, property owners, tourists who didn't know better. He said the cloth was probably trash left behind years ago, partially buried and coincidentally burned. Jesse asked how that explained the pattern of fires. Hank set down his coffee and looked at Jesse directly. Lightning doesn't care about patterns. It hits where it hits. You've been here 8 weeks. You don't know this territory like we do. These fires are natural. They happen every summer. Your job is to put them out, not to play detective. The other veterans nodded. Garrett, the older one, said, Jesse should focus on his patrols and stop worrying about explanations. The tone was final. Jesse didn't push further, but he didn't stop documenting. Over the next week, 2 more fires appeared in the same area, both near cabins, both small and contained, both showing the same central ignition pattern. Jesse responded to both, extinguished them, and logged the details. Each time, Hank attributed them to lightning. Each time, Jesse noted the clear skies in his personal log. On July 12th, Jesse drove back to the site where he'd found the boot prints. He parked his truck on the main road and walked the track quietly, carrying only his phone and a flashlight. The sun was setting, the forest dim and heavy with shadow. He reached the middle cabin and circled it again, looking for anything he might have missed. Near the back corner, where the boot prints had been, he found something new, a canister, small metal about the size of a soup can. It was partially buried in the dirt, scorched black on one side. Jesse dug it out carefully and opened it. Inside was cloth, rags, maybe old shirts, soaked in something that smelled sharp and chemical. Accelerant. Jesse's pulse quickened. He sealed the canister and took photos, documenting exactly where he'd found it and what it contained. Then he walked back to his truck, the canister tucked into his pack. He didn't radio Hank. He didn't tell anyone. He just drove back to the station, his mind racing. Someone was starting these fires. Someone was doing it deliberately, using accelerant and targeting specific sites. And the crew, Hank, Garrett, all of them knew. Or at least, they suspected. And they were covering it up. Jesse didn't sleep that night. He sat in his bunk, staring at the canister, trying to understand what he'd stumbled into. The next morning, Jesse returned to the cabin site one more time, planning to search the other 2 buildings. But when he arrived, someone was there. A man, maybe in his 60s, standing near the middle cabin with his arms crossed. He was tall, lean, wearing work boots and a faded jacket. He watched Jesse approach, his expression flat. Jesse stopped a few meters away and introduced himself, explaining that he was with the fire crew and investigating recent burns in the area. The man didn't respond right away. He just stared at Jesse, his jaw tight. Then he spoke, his voice low and deliberate. "You should leave." Jesse asked if the man owned the property. The man said it wasn't Jesse's business. Jesse said he was just trying to prevent more fires. The man stepped closer. "There won't be more fires if you stop coming here." The statement hung in the air, cold and unambiguous. Jesse felt his pulse quicken. He asked what the man meant. The man didn't answer. He just turned and walked toward the cabins, disappearing around the side of the middle building. Jesse stood there for a long moment, then walked back to his truck. He didn't see the man again. But the message was clear. The fires weren't random. And whoever was responsible didn't want Jesse digging any deeper. Jesse kept the canister in his locker at the station, wrapped in a plastic bag and hidden beneath his spare uniforms. He didn't show it to anyone. Not yet. He wanted to understand more before he brought it to Hank or anyone else who might dismiss it. Over the next few days, he spent his off hours researching arson patterns, looking for cases where accelerants had been used in wildfire settings. He found a few examples: insurance fraud, land disputes, attempts to obscure other crimes, but none of them fit the pattern he was seeing. The fires in his patrol area weren't spreading. They weren't causing significant damage. They were small, controlled, almost symbolic, as though someone was sending a message rather than trying to destroy property. Jesse started thinking about the cabins themselves, who owned them, why they'd been targeted. He drove back to the site during his lunch break and walked the perimeter of all three buildings, taking notes. The cabins were in varying states of disrepair. The middle one, where he'd found the canister, was the worst. Roof sagging, windows boarded, the porch partially collapsed. The cabin to the left was in slightly better condition, though still abandoned. The one on the right had a newer-looking padlock on the door and a tarp covering part of the roof, suggesting someone had made repairs recently. Jesse tried looking through the windows of the right-hand cabin, but the glass was too dirty to see inside. He circled to the back and found a small shed, unlocked. Inside were tools, shovels, axes, a chainsaw, and several fuel cans, all empty. He photographed everything, then walked back to his truck. As he drove away, he noticed something he hadn't seen before: a small wooden sign, weathered and half buried in the grass near the turnoff. It read, "Cormac Property, no trespassing." Jesse made a note of the name and returned to the station. That evening, he searched online for information about the Cormacs. He found a few mentions in old Whitehorse news archives, a family that had lived in the area in the 90s, involved in trapping and small-scale logging. There was a brief article from 2001 about a property dispute, the details vague, and another from 2003 mentioning that the family had left the territory. No forwarding address, no indication of where they'd gone or why. Jesse kept digging. He found a phone directory listing for a Leonard Cormac, dated 1998, with an address that matched the location of the cabins. He searched for more recent records but found nothing. The name had disappeared from public databases after 2003. He tried searching for death records, thinking maybe Leonard had passed away and the property had been abandoned. Nothing. It was as though the Cormacs had simply ceased to exist. On July 18th, Jesse decided to bring the canister to Hank. He waited until the other crew members had left for evening patrols, then approached Hank in his office. He set the canister on the desk and explained where he'd found it, what it contained, and how it connected to the pattern of fires. Hank looked at the canister but didn't touch it. He asked if Jesse had reported it through official channels. Jesse said no. He wanted to bring it to Hank first. Hank leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "Where exactly did you find this?" Jesse repeated the location, near the middle cabin, buried in the dirt behind the structure. Hank asked if anyone else had seen it. Jesse said no. Hank was quiet for a moment. Then he picked up the canister, turned it over in his hands, and set it back down. This could be from anywhere. Could have been here for years. Someone probably used it to store fuel or something and buried it when they were done. Jesse said the cloth inside was soaked in accelerant. Hank said that didn't prove anything. Jesse asked if Hank was going to investigate. Hank said there was nothing to investigate. The fires were out. No property had been damaged, and without a clear suspect or motive, pursuing it further would be a waste of resources. Jesse felt his frustration building. He asked why Hank was so insistent on dismissing the evidence. Hank's expression hardened. Because you're turning routine spot fires into some kind of conspiracy? This is the Yukon. Fires happen. People leave trash in the woods. That doesn't mean there's a crime. Jesse started to respond, but Hank cut him off. Focus on your patrols. Stop looking for problems that don't exist. Hank picked up the canister and placed it in a drawer, closing it firmly. I'll file this as recovered debris. That's all it is. The conversation was over. Jesse left the office, his hands shaking. He knew the evidence was real, he knew the fires were deliberate, and he knew Hank was covering it up. The question was why. That night, Jesse couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about the Cormacs, about the fires, about the man who'd told him to leave, about the way Hank had dismissed the canister without even pretending to take it seriously. Something had happened at those cabins, something that people didn't want uncovered. The next morning, Jesse drove to the Whitehorse Public Library and asked to access old territorial records. The librarian, a woman in her 50s, directed him to the microfilm archive in the basement. Jesse spent hours scrolling through old newspapers, searching for anything related to the Cormacs or the cabins. He found a few more mentions, property disputes, complaints about trespassing, a brief note about a fire. In the area in 1999, the fire had been small, contained to a single structure, and attributed to an electrical fault. No injuries reported, no investigation pursued. Jesse kept searching. And then, buried in a 2000 issue of the Whitehorse Star, he found something that made him stop. A short article, maybe 3 paragraphs, titled "Family Missing After Fire." The article stated that Leonard Cormac, his wife Margaret, and their teenage son Daniel had not been seen since a fire on their property the previous week. RCMP were investigating, but had no leads. The family's truck was missing. The property was undamaged, except for a small shed that had burned. The article ended with a plea for information. Jesse searched for follow-up articles. There were none. The story had simply disappeared from the news cycle. He searched for RCMP reports, missing persons filings, anything that might indicate what had happened to the Cormacs. Nothing. It was as though the case had been closed without resolution, or more likely, it had never been properly investigated. Jesse printed the article and left the library. He sat in his truck, staring at the page, feeling the pieces start to come together. The fires, the cabins, the accelerant. Someone had been burning structures on the Cormac property for years. And now, 2 decades later, it was happening again. Jesse didn't know who was responsible, but he knew one thing for certain. The Cormacs hadn't left the territory. They'd disappeared. And no one had ever looked hard enough to find out. Jesse drove back to the fire station and waited until Hank left for a patrol. Then he went to the records room, a small office at the back of the building where old incident reports and crew logs were stored in filing cabinets that dated back decades. The room was rarely used. Most documentation had been digitized years ago. But older records, anything pre-2005, remained on paper. Jesse started with the year 2000. He pulled files for June through September, the peak fire season, and began scanning the reports. Most were routine, spot fires attributed to lightning, equipment failures, controlled burns that had gone slightly off plan. But then, in late August, he found something. A report filed by a crew member named Paul Driscoll, documenting a fire at mile 42 of Jesse's current patrol route. The location matched the Cormac cabins. The report stated that a small shed had burned completely, with the fire contained before it could spread to nearby structures. Cause of ignition, undetermined. No injuries, no evidence of foul play. The report was brief, almost dismissive, and it ended with a single line. Property owners notified, no further action required. Jesse made a photocopy of the report and kept searching. He found two more from the same year, both in September, both at the same location, small fires, no cause determined, no follow-up, and then, in early October, he found a missing persons report filed by the RCMP and forwarded to the fire crew as a courtesy. Leonard Cormack, Margaret Cormack, Daniel Cormack, last seen leaving their property on September the 22nd, 2000. Vehicle description provided. Request for any information regarding their whereabouts. Jesse flipped through the rest of the October files. There was no follow-up, no indication that the fire crew had been contacted again or that the investigation had progressed. He moved to the 2001 files. Nothing. The Cormacks were never mentioned again. Jesse sat back in his chair, staring at the reports. The pattern was identical. Small fires at the Cormack property, unexplained, dismissed, and then the family had vanished. He pulled files from earlier years, working backward through the 90s. He found more fires, 1998, 1997, 1995, all at the same location, all attributed to lightning or undetermined causes, all documented in brief perfunctory reports that suggested no real investigation had been conducted. The fires had been happening for years before the Cormacks disappeared, and they'd continued afterward, though less frequently. Until now. Until this summer, when they'd started again. Jesse photocopied every relevant report and returned the files to their cabinets. Then he went to his bunk and organized the documents chronologically, creating a timeline. The pattern was undeniable. Someone had been targeting the Cormack property for decades, and when the family had finally disappeared, the fires had slowed but never stopped completely. Jesse thought about the man who'd told him to leave, about the way Hank had dismissed the canister, about the silence that had surrounded this case for 20 years. He realized that people knew, or at least they suspected, and they'd chosen not to pursue it. That evening, Jesse tried calling the RCMP detachment in Whitehorse. He asked to speak with someone about a cold case from 2000, the disappearance of the Cormack family. The officer who answered took his information and said someone would call him back. No one did. 3 days later, Jesse drove to the detachment in person. He brought the photocopied reports, the timeline he'd created, and the article from the Whitehorse Star. The officer at the front desk listened politely, then asked him to wait. 20 minutes later, a detective came out, a woman in her 40s, wearing plain clothes, her expression neutral. She introduced herself as Detective Sarah Lund and asked Jesse to follow her to an interview room. They sat across from each other at a small table. Jesse explained everything: the fires, the canister, the boot prints, the man at the cabin, the disappearance of the Cormacks. He laid out the documents, showing her the timeline and the connections. Detective Lund listened without interrupting. When Jesse finished, she picked up the photocopied reports and flipped through them slowly. Then she set them down and looked at him. These reports are from the fire crew. They're not police documents. Jesse said he understood, but that they showed a pattern. Detective Lund said patterns didn't constitute evidence of a crime. Jesse asked about the Cormacks. Detective Lund said the case was closed. Jesse asked what that meant. It means we investigated. We found no evidence of foul play. The family left voluntarily, and we have no reason to believe otherwise. Jesse said they'd disappeared right after the fires. Detective Lund said the fires were documented as accidental. Jesse said they weren't accidental. He'd found accelerant. Detective Lund asked where the accelerant was now. Jesse hesitated. I gave it to my crew chief. He said he'd file it as debris. Detective Lund made a note. So you don't have the evidence? Jesse said no, but that he'd documented it. Detective Lund said documentation wasn't the same as physical evidence. Jesse felt the frustration building. He asked if the RCMP would at least look into it. Detective Lund said that without new evidence, physical evidence, not photocopies and theories, there was no basis for reopening the investigation. She thanked him for his time and walked him back to the lobby. Jesse left the detachment feeling hollow. The message was clear. No one was going to pursue this, not the fire crew, not the RCMP. He was on his own. That night, Jesse sat in his bunk, staring at the timeline. He thought about the Cormacs, about what might have happened to them, about the fires that had driven them away, or worse. And he thought about the people in Whitehorse who'd chosen to look the other way, who'd filed perfunctory reports and closed cases without answers, who'd decided that the truth wasn't worth the trouble. On July 28th, Jesse submitted an official incident report, documenting the canister, the boot prints, and the pattern of fires at the Cormac property. He filed it through the station's digital system, attaching photos and a detailed written summary. The system generated a confirmation number, and Jesse saved it to his phone. 2 days later, he checked the system to see if Hank or anyone else had reviewed the report. It wasn't there. The confirmation number he'd saved returned an error message. Record not found. Jesse walked to Hank's office and asked about it. Hank was at his desk, reviewing crew schedules. He looked up when Jesse entered, his expression flat. Jesse asked if he'd seen the incident report. Hank said he hadn't. Jesse said he'd filed it through the system. Hank pulled up the database on his computer and searched. Nothing appeared. Hank shrugged. System's been glitchy lately. Files get lost sometimes. You'll need to resubmit. Jesse said he'd saved the confirmation number. Hank said that didn't matter if the file wasn't in the system. Jesse asked if there was a backup. Hank said there wasn't. Jesse stood there, staring at Hank, realizing what had happened. The report hadn't been lost. It had been deleted, deliberately. Hank closed the database and turned back to his schedules. Resubmit if you want. But honestly, Jesse, I'd focus on current assignments. You've got patrols to run. The conversation was over. Jesse left the office, his hands shaking. He went to his locker and checked for the canister. It was gone. The drawer where Hank had placed it was empty. Jesse searched the entire records room, checked the storage area, asked the other crew members if they'd seen it. No one had. The canister had disappeared. That evening, Jesse called the provincial fire marshal's office in Whitehorse and explained the situation. He asked if there was a process for reporting evidence tampering within a crew. The person who answered said he'd need to file a formal complaint, which would trigger an internal review. Jesse asked how long that would take. Could be months. Depends on the complexity. Jesse asked if the review would be confidential. Not necessarily. Your crew chief would be notified. Jesse thanked them and hung up. He knew that filing a formal complaint would end his career in the Yukon. Hank would know. The other crew members would know. And even if the review found wrongdoing, the damage would be done. He'd be labeled a troublemaker, someone who didn't fit the culture. He'd never work another fire season in the territory. Over the next week, Jesse kept his head down. He ran his patrols, logged his observations, and didn't mention the fires or the Cormacs to anyone, but he kept his personal notes hidden, stored on a USB drive that he carried with him at all times. He didn't trust the station systems, didn't trust Hank, didn't trust that any evidence he documented would survive. On August 7th, Jesse responded to another fire at mile 42. Same location, same pattern, small, contained burn near the middle cabin. He extinguished it quickly and radioed it in. Hank's response was curt. Acknowledged, return to station. Jesse drove back, his mind racing. The fires were still happening. Whoever was responsible hadn't stopped, and no one was doing anything about it. That night, Jesse received a text from an unknown number. Stop asking questions or transfer out. The message was unsigned. Jesse stared at it for a long time, then deleted it. But the warning stayed with him, cold and unambiguous. He was being watched, and whoever was responsible for the fires, whoever had driven the Cormacs away, knew he was getting too close. The next morning, Jesse submitted a transfer request. He cited personal reasons, requested reassignment to a crew in southern Alberta, and set his end date for August 31st. Hank approved it without comment. The other crew members didn't ask why. They just nodded and wished him luck. Jesse spent his last 3 weeks running his patrols in silence, documenting everything he saw, but no longer reporting it. The fires continued. Small, deliberate burns near the cabins, each one extinguished before it could spread, each one ignored by everyone except him. On his final day, Jesse packed his gear and drove out to the Cormac property one last time. He parked at the turnoff and walked the track to the cabins. The middle one was still standing, still sagging, still surrounded by scorched earth. He stood there for a long time, staring at the structure, thinking about Leonard and Margaret and Daniel, about what had happened to them, about the fires that had driven them away or killed them, about the silence that had followed. He thought about the man who'd told him to leave, about Hank, who'd deleted his reports, about Detective Lund, who'd closed the case without answers, about the system that had failed the Cormacs and would continue to fail anyone else who asked too many questions. Jesse walked back to his truck and drove south, leaving Whitehorse behind. The fires stopped 3 days after he left. He learned this from a message one of the other rookies sent him, brief, casual, mentioning that the patrol route had been quiet for the first time all summer. Jesse didn't respond. He just saved the message and added it to the timeline he'd been keeping. The truth was clear now. The fires had been a warning, a way of keeping people away from the Cormac property, a way of ensuring no one looked too closely at what had happened there. And when Jesse had started asking questions, the fires had intensified, not to destroy, to intimidate, to make it clear that the past was meant to stay buried. And when he'd finally left, the fires had stopped because the threat was gone, because whoever was responsible knew they'd won. Jesse drove through the night, the Yukon fading behind him, the weight of what he'd learned pressing against his chest like a stone. Jesse settled into his new posting in southern Alberta by mid-September. The crew was larger, more structured, and the fires they fought were straightforward. Lightning strikes, campfire negligence, the occasional illegal burn, no patterns, no mysteries, just work. But he couldn't stop thinking about Whitehorse, about the Cormacs, about the fires that no one had been willing to investigate. He kept the USB drive with him, stored in a waterproof case in his locker. He'd considered going to the media, reaching out to journalists who covered cold cases or investigative stories. But every time he thought about making that call, he stopped. What would he say? That he'd found a canister that had since disappeared? That fires had been happening at the same location for decades? That a family had vanished in 2000 and no one had cared enough to find out why? Without physical evidence, it was just a story. And stories, Jesse had learned, didn't change anything. In late October, Jesse received a message from Garrett, one of the veterans from the White Horse crew. The message was brief. Thought you should know. Hank retired. Took an early pension. No explanation. Jesse read the message 3 times, then set his phone down. Hank's departure felt significant, though he wasn't sure why. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was fear that Jesse's questions had drawn too much attention. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Jesse didn't respond to Garrett's message. He just archived it and moved on. By November, the fire season had ended, and Jesse was working maintenance shifts, repairing equipment, and preparing for the next year. The work was monotonous, but it kept him busy, kept his mind from circling back to the Yukon. In early December, Jesse received a call from an unknown number. He almost didn't answer, but something made him pick up. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, older, male, hesitant. "Is this Jesse Kowalski?" Jesse confirmed it was. The man identified himself as Peter Driscoll, the brother of Paul Driscoll, the crew member who'd filed the original reports about the Cormac property fires in 2000. Peter explained that Paul had passed away 2 years earlier, but that before he died, he'd told Peter about the fires, about the family that had disappeared, about the guilt he'd carried for not pushing harder to investigate. Peter said he'd been going through Paul's belongings and found a journal. Notes about the fires, about the Cormacs, about conversations Paul had overheard at the station. Peter said he thought Jesse might want to see it. Jesse agreed to meet. 2 weeks later, he drove back to Whitehorse, his first time returning, since he'd left in August. Peter lived in a small house on the southern edge of town, not far from the Alaska Highway. He was in his 70s, lean and weathered, with the kind of face that suggested a lifetime spent outdoors. He invited Jesse inside and handed him the journal, a worn notebook filled with Paul's handwriting. Jesse sat at Peter's kitchen table and read. The entries spanned 1998 to 2001, documenting every fire Paul had responded to at the Cormac property. Paul's notes were detailed, burn patterns, suspicious timing, evidence of accelerant that he'd found but never officially reported. And then, in September 2000, a final entry. Family's gone. Hank says not to ask questions, says it's not our problem, but I know what I saw. Someone burned that shed. Someone wanted them gone. Digby sits on the western shore of Nova Scotia's Annapolis Basin, a town of 2,000 that swells in summer when tourists come for the scallops and the Bay of Fundy tides. By late October, the visitors are gone, and what remains is a working waterfront. Fishing boats tied at weathered docks, processing plants that smell like brine and diesel, and a quiet that settles over the town like sediment. The fog comes in heavy that time of year, rolling off the bay in thick banks that erase the horizon and muffle sound. On clear nights, you can hear the foghorns from Briar Island, 15 kilometers across the water. On nights like this one, you can barely hear your own footsteps. Lindsay Carver, had been working as a part-time paramedic in Digby for 18 months, covering overnight shifts and weekend calls when the full-time crews needed relief. She was 27, originally from Truro, and she'd taken the position to gain hours toward her advanced care certification. The work was quiet, most nights. Occasional chest pain calls from older fishermen, falls, diabetic episodes, the kind of predictable emergencies that small towns produce. She worked out of the regional health station on Water Street, a low brick building with 3 ambulance bays and a break room that smelled like burnt coffee and antiseptic. Most nights, she spent her downtime doing paperwork, restocking supplies, or studying protocols on her laptop. She lived in a small apartment above a hardware store, 2 blocks from the station, a 1-bedroom unit with slanted floors and windows that rattled when the wind came in off the water. The landlord was a man in his 70s who owned half the commercial properties on Water Street and rarely fixed anything unless it was structurally unsound. Lindsay didn't mind. The rent was cheap, and the location meant she could walk to work in under 5 minutes. On the night of October 23rd, Lindsay finished her shift at 11 and walked home through fog so thick she had to count streetlights to know where she was. The air was cold, damp, carrying the smell of low tide, seaweed, and mud and salt. The town was silent. No cars, no voices, just the muffled sound of water lapping against the docks and the distant hum of a processing plant running its overnight shift. She climbed the narrow stairs to her apartment, unlocked the door, and dropped her work bag on the kitchen table. The apartment was cold. The heat came from baseboard radiators that took an hour to warm the place, and Lindsay had learned to keep extra blankets on hand. She made tea, opened her laptop, and started reviewing a case report from earlier in the week. A motor vehicle accident on Highway 101 where a tourist had hydroplaned and rolled into a ditch. Minor injuries. Standard documentation. She was halfway through the report when her personal radio crackled to life. Lindsay kept a handheld scanner on the kitchen counter, a Uniden model she'd bought second-hand. When she'd started working in emergency services, she used it to monitor local frequencies, fire, police, marine traffic. It helped her stay aware of what was happening in the region, especially on quiet nights, when dispatch might not call her directly. The radio hissed with static, and then a voice broke through. Male, older, breathless. The words came in short bursts, barely coherent. Coordinates 44.61 north, 65.76 west. Can anyone hear me? I need help. Coordinates 44.61 north, 65.76 west. Lindsay set down her tea and grabbed the radio, turning up the volume. The voice repeated the coordinates, more frantic this time. Please, someone. 44.61. 65.76. I can't. The transmission cut. Static filled the speaker, loud and harsh. Lindsay pressed the transmit button on her radio. This is Lindsay Carver, paramedic with Digby Regional. I copy your transmission. What is your location? Over. No response, just static. She tried again. I copy coordinates 44.61 north, 65.76 west. Can you confirm? What is your emergency? Over. Still nothing. Lindsay grabbed her phone and opened a mapping app, typing in the coordinates. The pin dropped on a section of shoreline just outside Digby's main harbour, near an area marked as restricted access. She zoomed in. The map showed a cluster of old structures, wharves, storage buildings, remnants of the town's earlier fishing industry. Most of that area had been decommissioned years ago, deemed unsafe, due to rotting pilings and structural instability. Lindsay stared at the map, her pulse quickening. The voice had been terrified, desperate, and the transmission had come through clearly, which meant the person couldn't have been far away. She tried the radio again. "This is Lindsay Carver. If you can hear me, I am requesting emergency services to your location. Please respond if able. Over." Silence. Lindsay checked the time. 11:43. She considered calling dispatch, but something stopped her. The transmission hadn't come through official channels. It had been on a marine frequency, one used primarily by fishing vessels and private boats. If she called it in and dispatch found nothing, it would look like she'd overreacted. She'd seen it happen before. Someone reports a distress call, crews respond, and it turns out to be a faulty transmission or a prank. The embarrassment sticks. Still, the voice had sounded real. Not staged, not confused, terrified. Lindsay saved the coordinates on her phone and made a note of the time and frequency. Then she sat at her kitchen table, staring at the radio, waiting for the voice to return. It didn't. The static eventually faded, replaced by the low hum of marine traffic, routine check-ins, weather updates, nothing urgent. By midnight, Lindsay gave up waiting. She turned off the radio, climbed into bed, and lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the fog press against the windows. She didn't sleep well. The voice stayed with her, repeating those coordinates over and over, each word soaked in fear. And the sudden silence afterward, not a normal end to a transmission, but a cut, as though someone had switched it off or been stopped. Lindsay woke at 6, showered, and drove out to the coordinates before her shift started. The fog hadn't lifted overnight. If anything, it had thickened, reducing visibility to maybe 20 meters. She followed Water Street east until it turned into a gravel access road that wound along the shoreline, past decommissioned fish plants and rows of stacked lobster traps. The area was quiet. No other vehicles, no workers, just the sound of gulls and the slow rhythm of waves against the rocks. The coordinates led her to a narrow inlet, where an old wharf jutted out into the water, its pilings listing at odd angles, the wood darkened and soft with rot. A chain-link fence ran along the shore, topped with faded "no trespassing" signs. The gate was unlocked, hanging open on rusted hinges. Lindsay parked her car and got out, pulling her jacket tight against the cold. The air smelled like low tide, exposed mud, dead fish, seaweed, drying in the sun. She walked through the gate and onto the wharf, her boots echoing on the warped planks. The structure felt unstable, shifting slightly with each step. She moved carefully, scanning the area. Near the end of the wharf, a small fishing boat was tied loosely to a cleat, its paint peeling, the hull streaked with grime. The deck was smeared with dried mud, thick and uneven, as though someone had tracked it on board and left it to cake in the sun. Lindsay crouched beside the boat and examined the mud. It was still damp in places, suggesting it hadn't been there long. She looked closer and noticed something embedded in the planks near the boat's stern, a broken flashlight lens, cracked but intact, the glass glinting faintly in the morning light. She picked it up carefully and turned it over in her hand. The lens was standard, the kind used in cheap marine flashlights sold at hardware stores, but its placement felt deliberate, as though it had been dropped or knocked loose during a struggle. Lindsay stood and scanned the rest of the wharf. No other signs of disturbance, no blood, No torn clothing, just the mud and the broken lens. She photographed both, then walked back to her car and called the Coast Guard station in Digby. The officer who answered was polite, but disinterested. Lindsay explained that she'd picked up a distress call the night before, provided the coordinates, and asked if any incidents had been reported in the area. The officer put her on hold. When he returned, his tone had shifted slightly, less polite, more dismissive. "We don't have any record of a distress call in that area last night. What frequency were you monitoring?" Lindsay told him. "Marine VHF Channel 16. The officer was quiet for a moment. "That frequency doesn't reach that far inland. If you picked up a transmission, it wasn't from the coordinates you're describing." Lindsay said she'd mapped it precisely. The officer said he understood, but that their logs showed no activity. Could have been interference. Atmospheric conditions can cause signals to bounce. You might have picked up a transmission from farther out on the bay. Lindsay asked if anyone would check the wharf. The officer said there was no reason to. "That area's been closed for years. No one goes out there. If you found something concerning, you can file a report with local RCMP." The call ended. Lindsay sat in her car, staring at the broken flashlight lens on her dashboard. The officer's explanation didn't make sense. She knew how VHF worked. Channel 16 was monitored constantly. If someone had transmitted a distress call, it would have been logged. Unless it hadn't been transmitted on an official frequency, unless someone had used a private channel, one that wasn't monitored, or unless the Coast Guard was lying. Lindsay drove to the RCMP detachment on Queen Street, a small building with 2 holding cells and a front desk staffed by a single officer most days. She explained the situation, the radio call, the coordinates, the wharf, the boat, the mud, the lens. The officer, a man in his 40s named Constable Reese, listened without taking notes. When Lindsay finished, he asked if she'd seen anyone at the wharf. She said no. He asked if the boat had been occupied. She said it appeared abandoned. He asked if she'd boarded the vessel. She said she hadn't. Constable Reese leaned back in his chair. "So you heard a voice on the radio, drove to a closed wharf, and found an old boat with some mud on it." Lindsay said it was more than that. She showed him the photos on her phone. The mud, the lens. Constable Reese glanced at them briefly. "Could be anything. Fishermen use that area sometimes, even though they're not supposed to. Someone probably tied up, did some work, left. The lens could have been there for weeks." Lindsay asked if he'd at least send someone to check. Constable Reese said he'd make a note of it, but that without evidence of a crime or an injury, there wasn't much they could do. "If you're concerned, keep monitoring the radio. If you hear the voice again, call us immediately." The conversation was over. Lindsay left the detachment and drove to work, the weight of the dismissal settling over her like the fog. She'd heard the fear in that voice. She'd seen the mud and the lens, and no one cared. That evening, after her shift, Lindsay drove to the harbour and walked along the docks, asking fishermen if they recognized the boat she'd seen at the wharf. Most shook their heads. A few said it sounded like one of the old vessels that had been abandoned years ago, left to rot when the fishing quotas dropped and smaller operations went under. One man, older, with sun-damaged skin and a flat effect, stopped when Lindsay mentioned the coordinates. He asked why she was asking. Lindsay explained about the radio call. The man's expression didn't change, but something in his posture stiffened. He said he didn't know anything about it and walked away without another word. Lindsay watched him go, feeling the same resistance she'd felt at the RCMP detachment. People didn't want to talk, and the harder she pushed, the more doors closed. Lindsay spent the next 2 days asking around town. She started with the harbour, talking to boat owners and crew members who worked the scallop draggers and lobster boats. Most were polite, but unhelpful. They didn't recognize the voice she described, didn't know anything about a distress call, didn't remember seeing anyone near the old wharf. A few mentioned that the area had been off-limits for years, ever since a piling collapsed and nearly killed a dock worker in the late 90s. The town had fenced it off and moved operations to the newer facilities closer to the main harbour. No one went out there anymore, or at least no one was supposed to. But when Lindsay mentioned the fisherman whose voice she thought she'd heard, describing it as older, breathless, desperate, several people stiffened. One woman, working behind the counter at a marine supply shop, glanced toward the window before shaking her head. "I don't know who you're talking about." Lindsay asked if there were any older fishermen in town who might fit the description. The woman said there were lots of older fishermen, but none who'd be calling for help on a marine frequency in the middle of the night. She turned back to her work, effectively ending the conversation. Lindsay tried the Digby Public Library next, searching through archived newspapers for any mention of incidents at the old wharf. She found a few articles from the 90s, complaints about unsafe conditions, a petition to have the area demolished, a brief mention of the piling collapse, but nothing about distress, calls, or missing persons. She expanded her search, looking for reports of domestic disputes or sudden departures, and then, buried in a 1997 issue of the Digby Courier, she found something. A short article, maybe 3 paragraphs, titled "Family Leaves Town After Dispute." The article stated that Gordon Henley, a longtime fisherman in Digby, had left town along with his wife and teenage son following an unspecified domestic incident. The family's boat had been sold, their property on Shore Road put up for lease, and neighbours reported they'd left without saying goodbye. The article offered no details about the dispute, no quotes from family or authorities, no indication of where the Henleys had gone. It simply noted that they were no longer residents of Digby. Lindsay searched for follow-up articles. There were none. She searched for Gordon Henley in missing persons databases. Nothing. She tried social media, property records, obituaries. The name had vanished from public record after 1997, as though the family had ceased to exist. Lindsay printed the article and brought it to the RCMP detachment. Constable Reese was at the desk again. She showed him the article and asked if there were any records of the Henley family's departure or the domestic dispute mentioned. Constable Reese read the article slowly, then handed it back. This was over 25 years ago. If the family left voluntarily, there wouldn't be records. Lindsay asked if anyone had investigated the dispute. Constable Reese said he didn't have access to files that old, and that even if he did, it wouldn't be relevant to her radio call. "You're connecting things that aren't connected. A family left town decades ago. You heard a voice on the radio. That doesn't mean they're related." Lindsay asked if he'd at least look into it. Constable Reese said there was nothing to look into. "Unless you have evidence of a crime, I can't justify digging through old files." The conversation ended the same way as before, politely, firmly, with no intention of pursuing anything further. Lindsay left the detachment, feeling the walls closing in. People knew something. She could see it in their faces, in the way conversations stopped, when she mentioned the wharf or the Henley name, but no one was willing to talk. That evening, Lindsay walked to the old wharf again. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing more of the shoreline. She stood at the end of the structure, staring at the boat still tied there, its deck now scrubbed clean. The mud was gone. Someone had been here since her last visit, cleaning the evidence she'd documented. She photographed the clean deck and walked back to her car, her pulse quickening. Someone was watching. Someone knew she'd been asking questions, and they were covering their tracks. Over the next few days, Lindsay noticed small changes. The broken flashlight lens she'd left on her dashboard disappeared while her car was parked outside the health station. A colleague mentioned that someone had been asking about her, a man, older, claiming to be a relative, but when Lindsay followed up, no one could describe him in detail, just that he'd seemed concerned about her well-being. The message was clear. Stop asking, stop looking, let it go. But Lindsay couldn't. The voice on the radio stayed with her, repeating those coordinates, calling for help. And the silence that had followed, deliberate, final, felt like an ending she couldn't accept. Lindsay decided to visit Shore Road, the street where Gordon Henley's family had lived before they'd left town. The address wasn't listed in the newspaper article, but property records from 1997 showed a G. Henley owning a small house at 47 Shore Road, a residential street that ran parallel to the waterfront. Lindsay drove there on a Saturday afternoon, parking across from the house. It was a modest bungalow, weathered siding, a sagging porch, overgrown yard. The current occupants had done little to maintain it. A truck sat in the driveway, rusted and tireless, clearly abandoned. Lindsay walked up the street, knocking on doors, asking if anyone remembered the Henley family. Most people said no or didn't answer. But at the fourth house, an elderly woman in her 80s answered the door. Her name was Muriel Landry, and she'd lived on Shore Road for over 50 years. Lindsay introduced herself and explained she was looking into the history of the neighborhood. Muriel invited her inside, offering tea and cookies in a living room cluttered with photographs and decades-old furniture. Lindsay asked if Muriel remembered the Henley family. Muriel's expression shifted, not quite discomfort, but something close. She said she did. Gordon Henley had been a quiet man, kept to himself, worked long hours on his boat. His wife, Anne, had been shy, rarely socialized. Their son, Michael, had been in high school when they'd left. Lindsay asked why they'd left. Muriel hesitated, setting down her teacup. There was trouble. Lindsay asked what kind of trouble. Muriel said she wasn't entirely sure, but that people had talked. There'd been arguments at the house. Police had been called once or twice, and then, one morning in late September 1997, the family was gone. No goodbyes, no forwarding address, just empty. Lindsay asked if Muriel had any idea where they'd gone. Muriel shook her head. No one did, and after a while, people stopped asking. Lindsay asked if anyone had investigated their departure. Muriel said not that she knew of. It wasn't treated like a crime, just a family deciding to leave. That happened sometimes. People got tired of the small-town life, packed up, moved to Halifax or further. No one thought much of it. Lindsay asked about the off-limits wharf, if Gordon Henley had ever used it. Muriel's expression darkened. That place? Yes. Gordon used to tie his boat there sometimes, back before it was closed off, but he wasn't the only one. There were others. Lindsay asked who. Muriel hesitated again, longer this time. Then she spoke, her voice lower. There was a group of men, mid-90s. They used that wharf for things that weren't fishing. Lindsay leaned forward. What kind of things? Muriel looked uncomfortable, her hands twisting the fabric of her skirt. Settling debts, disputes, things people didn't want happening in town where the RCMP could see. If someone owed money, or poached someone else's traps, or caused trouble, they'd be brought out there, late at night, away from everyone. Lindsay asked if anyone had been hurt. Muriel said she didn't know for sure, but that there'd been rumors. People who'd disappeared. Fishermen who'd stopped showing up at the docks. Stories that were never confirmed, but never disproven either. She said the wharf had a reputation. People avoided it, even before it was officially closed. Lindsay asked if Gordon Henley had been involved. Muriel said she didn't think so. Gordon wasn't that kind of man, but he knew what was happening. Everyone did. You didn't talk about it, but you knew. Lindsay asked if Muriel thought the Henleys' departure was connected to the wharf. Muriel was quiet for a long time. Then she nodded slowly. I think Gordon saw something he wasn't supposed to, or maybe he said something. And I think that's why they left, or why they were made to leave. Lindsay felt her pulse quicken. Do you know who was involved? Muriel shook her head. Not names, but they were local. Men with boats, men with connections. The kind who didn't answer to anyone. Lindsay asked if Muriel would be willing to talk to the RCMP. Muriel's expression hardened. No, I've said too much already. And if you're smart, you'll stop asking too. The conversation ended there. Muriel stood, walked Lindsay to the door, and closed it firmly behind her. Lindsay stood on the porch, feeling the weight of what she'd just learned. The wharf hadn't just been a decommissioned structure. It had been a place where justice, or something pretending to be justice, had been carried out in the dark. That evening, Lindsay typed up everything Muriel had told her and submitted it as an incident report to the RCMP, attaching the newspaper article about the Henleys and the coordinates from the radio call. She filed it through the official system, CCing the regional supervisor. 2 days later, she received a response. The report had been reviewed. The coordinates had been cross-referenced with historical records. No incidents matching her description had been found. The case was closed. Lindsay called the detachment and asked to speak with Constable Reese. He wasn't available. She left a message. He didn't call back. A week later, Lindsay received a package at her apartment. No return address. Inside was the broken flashlight lens she'd found at the wharf, the one that had disappeared from her car. There was no note, just the lens, cleaned and wrapped in tissue paper. The message was clear. They knew who she was. They knew what she'd found. And they were telling her to stop Lindsay return to the wharf before dawn on November 7th, driving out, through fog that felt heavier than before, denser, as though the air itself had thickened. She parked at the gate and walked onto the structure, her flashlight cutting through the grey. The boat was gone. The cleats where it had been tied were empty, the ropes coiled neatly on the deck as though someone had untied them deliberately and left everything in order. Lindsay walked to the end of the wharf and stared out at the water. The tide was low, exposing the rocks and mud flats that stretched toward the bay. The mudstains she'd photographed days earlier were gone, washed clean by the tide. No evidence remained, no boat, no mud, no lens, just rotting wood and empty water. She stood there for a long time, listening to the sound of waves lapping against the pilings, feeling the cold press against her skin. The radio on her belt was silent. She'd been monitoring it constantly since the first call, hoping the voice would return. It hadn't. The frequency stayed quiet, filled only with routine marine traffic and weather updates. No distress calls, no desperate pleas, nothing. Lindsay walked back to her car and sat behind the wheel, staring at the coordinates she'd written in her notebook. 44.61 north, 65.76 west. She'd memorized them by now, the numbers burned into her mind like a scar. Someone had called for help from this exact location. Someone terrified. Someone who'd needed her. And she'd failed them. She thought about Gordon Henley, about the family that had disappeared in 1997, about the men who'd used the wharf to settle scores, to punish debtors and poachers, to enforce a kind of justice that existed outside the law. She thought about the silence that had followed, official and absolute. The RCMP had closed her report without investigation. The Coast Guard had denied any record of the call, and the people in town had made it clear, through warning and dismissal and the return of that lens, that she was not supposed to pursue this any further. Lindsay started the engine and drove back to town. The fog didn't lift. If anything, it seemed to close in, tighter, wrapping around the shoreline like a shroud. She went to work that evening, running her shift in silence, responding to routine calls and saying nothing about the wharf, or the radio, or the voice that no one else wanted to acknowledge. Over the next few weeks, Lindsay kept the coordinates in her notebook, checking them occasionally, hoping something would change. It didn't. The wharf remained empty, the frequency stayed silent, and the town moved on as though nothing had happened. Because, officially, nothing had. On November 28th, Lindsay's contract with Digby Regional ended. She'd completed the hours she needed for her certification and received an offer for a full-time position in Halifax. She accepted. On her last day, she drove out to the wharf one final time. The fog was back, thick and impenetrable. She walked to the end of the structure and stood there, staring into the grey. She thought about saying something, a prayer, an apology, an acknowledgement that someone had called for help and no one had come. But the words didn't form. She just stood there, silent, feeling the weight of what she couldn't change. Then she walked back to her car and left Digby behind. The coordinates stayed in her notebook. The voice stayed in her memory. And the truth, whatever it was, stayed buried beneath the fog and the water and the silence that the town had chosen to keep. Somewhere out there, someone had needed help, and someone else had made sure no trace of that call remained. The truck driver left the northern depot in the late afternoon, headlights cutting through a pale, fading light that barely held the horizon. Snow pressed down in steady flurries, coating the road in a sheen of ice that reflected the muted glow of his cab instruments. The radio crackled occasionally, with distant chatter from other haulers, but mostly it was empty. Long white corridors with only the rhythmic hum of tires on frozen gravel. He rounded a windswept turnout near the edge of a thin stand of black spruce when he spotted her. A teenage girl standing alone beside a snowbank. Her coat pale against the whiteness, hands tucked tight against her sides. She did not wave or call out, only watched as he slowed. He pulled over, cutting the engine. "Need a lift?" he asked, voice carrying over the whistling wind. She said nothing, only climbed in, silently, her eyes fixed on the passing snow. The warmth of the cab seemed to unsettle her. She didn't speak. Every mile she stared ahead, tension tight in her small frame. When the next turnout appeared, he glanced to reassure her, only to find the seat empty. The door was open, and she had vanished into the tree line as though absorbed by the forest itself, leaving behind only a small disturbance in the snow and the lingering sense that she had been here, and yet had never been there. Morning brought frost in hard sheets and a pale sky that reflected the isolation of the winter road. He reported the previous night's encounter to the OPP at the nearest outpost, describing the girl, her silent demeanor, and the exact location where she had disappeared. Officers listened politely, but quickly concluded that no missing teenager matched the description and advised him to focus on the route, implying that a long-haul driver's concern with unusual passengers was best left to fiction. Later, at a maintenance stop to inspect tires, he noticed a small object in the snow near the wheel well. He bent down and recognized a glove, the fabric thin, almost delicate, pressed into the icy ground. Blood speckled the cloth in tiny crystalline dots. The frost had not dulled the red against white. He picked it up carefully, noting its warmth had faded, but the material still held the imprint of fingers. The glove confirmed a truth he had not dared to say aloud. Someone had been here recently, and the authorities would not acknowledge it. The wind carried a bitter reminder that even in daylight, the ice road kept its secrets, and the forested stretches beyond the snowbanks held events that were deliberately over. The next day, he stopped at the nearest Cree community. The village was quiet, the kind of silence that felt patient and deliberate, broken only by the distant caw of crows circling over the river bend. He asked a few residents if anyone had seen a girl walking the road alone, mentioning the night prior. The response was subtle. Eyes lowered, hands busying themselves with small tasks, words measured. One elder muttered softly, warning him not to acknowledge anyone found traveling the ice road after dark. At the small local archive, he examined winter road bulletins and missing person reports. Over the last decade, several disappearances had been logged along this stretch, attributed to cold exposure or accidents. Yet he noticed inconsistencies. Last seen times, clothing descriptions, and personal items listed as recovered in some files, but absent in others. Names repeated in shorthand or vanished between pages. Items like gloves, boots, and personal electronics were unaccounted for, removed, or simply ignored. He felt the weight of deliberate omission, the quiet bureaucracy of denial. The road, the snow, the forest beyond, it had a history, a record that was intentionally blurred to protect the surface image of safety. One night, while returning along the frozen corridor, he sensed movement in the mirrors. A vehicle had appeared behind him, headlights low, closely matching his speed. For nearly an hour, it stayed at a measured distance, maintaining pace through turns, rises, and dips in the ice road. He pulled to the side at a turnout, the truck engine idling, expecting a reaction. The headlights paused, the vehicle idling far enough to maintain visibility, but not approaching. He stepped out onto the compact snow, the cold immediately biting through his jacket. When he advanced, the vehicle abruptly reversed, then sped toward the last community he had passed, disappearing into the darkness. Later, he reported the incident to police. No vehicle had been logged on that stretch, no communication received, no investigation noted. It was as if the hour-long presence had never existed, another ghost in the administrative silence that followed every unusual occurrence along the road. He attempted to submit a formal report, including the glove, coordinates, and an account of the vehicle. The envelope returned unopened, accompanied by a brief note stating the case lacks actionable information. There would be no follow-up, no investigation, no acknowledgement of the girl or the many others whose paths crossed these roads unrecorded. Back on the ice road, the turnouts felt emptier. Snowdrifts had reclaimed tracks, and the wind howled over the untouched expanses as if erasing evidence with its own authority. He avoided stopping after dark, learned to measure time by light and silence, recognizing the pattern of disappearances that authorities refused to name. The road stretched endlessly, white and unyielding. Each mile carried memory and omission, the forested margins holding traces of human presence that were systematically ignored. He understood, finally, that the truth of the teenage girl, the glove and countless others was buried in the snow, and that those who controlled the record had no intention of uncovering it. Some corridors, he realized, were preserved in secrecy, maintained by deliberate silence and the patient complicity of everyone who passed without seeing. The ice road remained, patient and unyielding, a witness to events it could not speak aloud. The graduate student's apartment overlooked the long-abandoned St. John pulp mill, a sprawling industrial skeleton of corrugated steel and broken windows. Most evenings, the air was quiet, broken only by the soft movement of the St. John River below and the occasional gull circling the harbor. She had arrived weeks earlier, adjusting to the low-rent space and the predictable rhythms of the city's quieter edge. Nights passed uneventfully, with the occasional creak from her floorboards or the distant bark of a dog carrying from the riverbank. It was late one evening, past 11, when she noticed it, a faint hum drifting through the window that faced the mill. The sound was low, steady, almost hypnotic, mechanical in its cadence. At first, she assumed it was a trick of her imagination, the echoes of distant traffic or the river's flow, but the hum persisted, steady and deliberate, faintly vibrating the window frame. The mill had been closed for over a decade, its furnaces cold, its boilers dismantled. Nothing should have moved inside. She pressed her ear to the glass, tracing the rhythm through the empty wings of the mill, feeling the unease settle deep into her chest. By the time she left the apartment for sleep, she was certain of one thing. Someone, or something, was inside the mill again. The next morning, she walked the perimeter of the mill, boots crunching over gravel and thin snow lingering in shadows. The fence surrounding the property was rusted, parts sagging, but the path along the riverbank offered a clear view. Near a side entrance that had been unsecured when she had passed the week before, she noticed boot prints pressed into the dirt, crisp and recent. They led directly to the locked door, then vanished beyond the threshold. Alarmed, she visited the town office to ask about renewed activity at the mill. Staff members were quick to dismiss her concerns. "Old pipes settling," one clerk said, with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "The building is sealed, patrolled regularly, nothing to worry about." Their certainty felt rehearsed, their language coordinated to reassure her without offering information. She left with more questions than answers, the impression forming that official knowledge about the mill's interior was either incomplete or deliberately concealed. Back at the apartment, she tried to push the unease aside, but every time she glanced at the mill across the river, the rhythmic hum seemed to echo inside her own chest. She filed a formal noise complaint with the municipal authorities, expecting at least an acknowledgement. The following morning, she awoke to find a folded, torn section of a blueprint slid under her door. The map was yellowed and frayed, a portion of an old mill layout with a corridor near the chemical storage wing circled in red pencil. Compelled to understand its meaning, she spent hours at the local archive, digging through personnel files and operational reports. One record caught her attention: a worker who had gone missing during the final month of the mill's operation, his last logged location placing him precisely in the corridor highlighted on the blueprint. There were no further notes, no investigation summary beyond a passing mention that the disappearance had been non-critical to operations. Her stomach tightened. The blueprint, the hum, the missing worker. They suggested continuity, a pattern, evidence of activity within the mill long after it had been decommissioned. The documents raised a single heavy question: what had been going on in that wing, and who had ensured it stayed hidden? In the days that followed, the nightly humming continued, irregular now, sometimes fading, for hours before returning, pulsing like a heartbeat through the mill's silent walls. One evening, the hum stopped entirely. The absence of sound was heavier than the noise, leaving her apartment filled with a quiet she could not settle into. Walking past the mill on her route home, she noticed the side door where she had first seen boot prints. The padlock hung open, twisted outward, the metal bent as though forced. Whether the door had been opened from inside or outside was impossible to tell, but the implication was clear. Someone had been inside recently, and the building had not been as secure as the authorities insisted. She stepped back, feeling the weight of observation pressing against her. The industrial skeleton loomed, silent and watchful. Any attempt to investigate further seemed both futile and dangerous. She reported the padlock and the ongoing hum, but officials offered the same scripted responses. Patrols detected nothing unusual, and she should avoid the mill for her own safety. No investigation was initiated, no follow-up questions asked. Her concerns were recorded only to vanish into a bureaucratic void. Shortly after, she moved out of the apartment. The mill remained across the river, its outline etched against the night sky. Former neighbors occasionally mentioned flickering lights or strange sounds, each admission fleeting and cautious. No one would confirm the building was occupied. No one would speak about the purpose behind the noises. The mill's activity persisted in silence, witnessed but unacknowledged. She understood, leaving the city, that some corridors of the industrial skeleton were deliberately maintained and monitored, their occupants invisible to official oversight. The city's authorities had chosen indifference, and the evidence of activity, like the missing worker, existed only in fragments left for someone persistent enough to notice. Even years later, she could not forget the hum, the faint mechanical heartbeat of a place meant to be empty, yet never truly silent. The retired nurse's cabin overlooked Sawmill Lake, its glass walls catching the muted light of early morning. The water lay flat, mirror-smooth, stretching into a horizon lined by dense pines. Each day, she followed the shoreline on quiet walks, noting the bleached driftwood, the patterns of frost on reeds, the occasional loon gliding over the surface. Life moved in steady rhythms, punctuated only by the occasional distant boat or the soft creak of a dock post settling into winter soil. In town, she began hearing fragments of stories, casual mentions of a boy who had vanished decades earlier. At the diner or the post office, the name would surface for a moment, quickly abandoned. Conversations shifted abruptly whenever she pressed for details, replaced by talk of the weather or an upcoming school event. The locals' unease was tangible, a subtle tension in the way eyes flicked downward, hands twisted cups of coffee, voices tightened around polite reassurances. The lake was quiet, but the quiet carried the weight of a story people refused to tell. Curiosity led her to the municipal archives, tucked in a brick building that smelled of mildew and aging paper. She found 2 police reports on the boy, one declaring an accidental drowning, the other noting no body had ever been recovered. Dates and names matched in some places, diverged in others, leaving gaps and contradictions that hinted at withheld information. She asked the library clerk about the discrepancies, expecting at least a cursory explanation. Instead, the clerk stiffened, shuffling papers, and offered a clipped, almost rehearsed response. Stick to recent history. That's what people care about now. The statement, casual though it sounded, left her uneasy. The inconsistencies in the records suggested intentional obfuscation, a pattern of silence that extended beyond bureaucratic error. Each evening, she returned to the cabin, reviewing her notes, tracing timelines across newspaper clippings and faded photographs. The lake below seemed to reflect not only the sky, but decades of withheld truths. One morning, dense fog rolled over the lake, swallowing the far shoreline and softening the world to muted greys. She walked her usual path and saw a rusted metal object protruding from the reeds. Kneeling, she dug through wet sediment to reveal a small lunchbox, corroded and dented, its lid partially ajar. Inside were a child's scarf, matted and damp, and a whistle bent from long exposure to the elements. She carried the items back to the cabin, washing them carefully, noting the faint smell of decay, the way the metal resisted full cleaning. Word of her find moved quickly through the town. Neighbors approached with tense politeness, urging her to turn it in and let the lake stay quiet. They offered no guidance, no acknowledgement, beyond the implied warning. Leave it, and nothing more will happen. The simple act of discovery had shifted the weight of watchfulness onto her. The fog lifted in the afternoon, but the unease stayed. Heavy as the Wata former constable, retired and living at the edge of town, asked to meet her on a secluded stretch of road. He spoke quietly, his voice low enough to avoid casual listeners. He wasn't the only one, he said, just the one the town agreed to record publicly. He explained that decades earlier, families had made a pact to avoid drawing attention to further disappearances. The unrecorded children, he implied, were known to some, but denied by the collective, hidden to preserve the town's image and avoid outside scrutiny. Everything ended with him, he said. That's the story you're allowed to know. The nurse walked away from the meeting with a weight pressing against her chest. She understood that the community had constructed a wall of silence, a social pact that overrode facts, evidence, and the memory of children lost. The lake and its shoreline had become a boundary not just of water, but of truth. Determined to ensure the items reached a neutral authority, she packaged the scarf and whistle and mailed them to provincial investigators for analysis. Weeks passed with no acknowledgement. Letters were not returned. Calls went unanswered. Locals watched her more closely during her walks. Conversations dried to monosyllables. Passing glances carried unspoken questions and warnings. Even the children avoided lingering near the path she took along the shore. She realized that while she had physically removed the evidence from the lake, she had not removed the town's agreement to forget. Official recognition would never arrive. History would remain as it had been constructed. quiet, controlled, incomplete. Each morning, she walked the water's edge, noting the driftwood, the reeds, the glint of sunlight on calm water. The lake kept its secrets, and the town ensured they stayed buried. She left each walk unsettled by the truth that human silence could be as absolute as any river, capable of swallowing evidence, memories, and the weight of children gone without trace. During late shifts in the Saskatoon rail yard, the mechanic had grown accustomed to the muted rhythm of industry. The night air was sharp, smelling of diesel, metal, and lingering frost from the early winter. Tracks creaked faintly under idle locomotives, and distant horns echoed across empty sidings. Routine inspections offered a familiarity he relied on, a grounding in predictable clangs, the hiss of brakes releasing, the soft vibrations that ran along the rails like a heartbeat. Car 72 sat at the far fence line. It had been logged as empty in the official manifest, but something about its presence felt wrong. He crouched and tapped the wheels, listening. The slight give under its weight suggested it carried more than the records claimed. His boots scuffed the gravel, echoing in the stillness, but no other worker approached. A shiver crawled along his spine as he circled the frame, noting how the shadows pooled under the steel, how the car seemed heavier than its documented mass. The yard was quiet, the night undisturbed, but Car 72 hummed an unease he could not name. Concerned, he brought the anomaly to a supervisor during the next shift. The man's response was sharper than expected. "Leave 72 alone," he said, voice clipped, eyes narrowing in a way that left no room for discussion. The air between them grew tense, the rest of the yard humming indifferently around their exchange. Alone later, he pored over maintenance logs and routing records. Car 72's last documented trip ended near a rural town marked by 3 unresolved disappearances over the past decade. Dates lined up. Gaps in reporting left holes where someone, somewhere, had chosen not to record what had happened. The pattern was subtle at first, the kind of thing a casual worker might dismiss, but in combination with the supervisor's warning, it began to take shape. Something in the yard's operations existed outside the official channels, and Car 72 had just made that clear. Unease drew him back to the far corner of the yard during the next late shift. He crouched against the rail, listening. The steel skin of the freight car vibrated faintly, a subtle resonance almost like a pulse. His own heartbeat seemed to amplify it, quickening as he pressed an ear to the metal. Later, during a midnight round, the knocking became distinct. Rhythmic taps, almost deliberate. He called out for a colleague. The sound ceased immediately, leaving only the static hum of idle equipment and the occasional far-off horn. No one had entered, no maintenance was scheduled, and yet the car had made noise that could not be explained. The feeling of being watched, of something hidden within the rails, settled over him like frost. By morning, Car 72 was gone. There was no manifest, no digital log, no record of authorization. Sidings that should have housed it were empty, and the screens that tracked rail traffic showed no movement. He tried accessing archives again, only to discover his credentials revoked. The same supervisor from before offered a terse explanation. The car never existed in this division. Questions multiplied. Where had the freight car gone? What had it carried? Every system designed to track its movement had been bypassed. The digital footprint had vanished as cleanly as the car itself. He walked the empty sidings, listening to the wind rattle loose panels and the soft echo of his own boots, realizing that the logistics of a single rail yard could conceal far more than anyone should know. In the following days, flyers began appearing in nearby rural towns. Faces, names, ages, details of people who had gone missing without cause. The corridor, where Car 72 had been quietly routed, matched these new disappearances. He checked sidings during his shifts, eyes scanning the rails, but the freight car never returned. The yard carried on around him as if nothing had changed. Trains passed, brakes hissed, and other workers moved through their routines with the same oblivious efficiency that had always defined the place. He understood with sinking certainty that some cargo in the rail system was never meant to be reported, that some stories were deliberately erased from official memory. The knowledge weighed on him as heavily as any physical load, and he realized that in the quiet of the yard, he was watching a system built to hide what it carried. The human cost, unseen but present, left him unsettled long after his shift ended. He arrived at the Banff National Park Ranger Station in early October, when the mornings were still sharp with frost, and the pines smelled faintly of wet needles and decaying leaves. The station itself was a tired structure, weathered boards creaking under the weight of decades, slated for demolition at the end of the season. The young ranger spent his first days learning the routines, logging patrols along isolated trails, checking boundary markers, repairing eroded paths, and inspecting visitor campsites for compliance with park regulations. The trails were quiet, often unnervingly so. Birds called intermittently, a distant wind rattled branches, and the snow had yet to fall, leaving the forest floor spongy with fallen needles. Most hikers had already returned home for the season, and he moved through the woods with the awareness of both solitude and responsibility. Nights were long and silent, broken only by the occasional howl of a distant wolf or the low rumble of a vehicle on the park road. The work was monotonous, grounding him, but it allowed him to settle into the rhythms of the park, the ordinary patterns of forestry work and visitor oversight shaping the early weeks of his first seas. A week into cataloguing old supplies and checking inventory, he noticed a wall panel that didn't align with the surrounding boards. It was subtle, a slight miscut, a shadow that didn't belong. Curious, he pushed on the panel and discovered a hidden attic door, sealed with rusted hinges and a thick layer of dust. Behind it lay yellowed maps, brittle at the edges, each marked with red X over locations deep in the backcountry. He studied them carefully, comparing the coordinates to the maps he carried for current duties. Many of the spots were in regions he had patrolled that season, but what caught his attention was the detail of the markings. They corresponded to areas where hikers had vanished decades ago. The maps were obviously old, decades out of date, yet they had been preserved as if someone had deliberately kept them secret, waiting for eyes like his. The discovery unsettled him. The forest seemed familiar and safe by day, but these maps suggested that its depths had held secrets that no ranger, visitor, or record had acknowledged. Late nights in the small, drafty ranger office became a routine. He cross-referenced the coordinates with provincial missing person records and quickly realized that several disappearances had no official files. Cases from the 1970s and 1980s were either missing, incomplete, or had been quietly dismissed as runaways or accidents. The patterns were subtle, but undeniable. The red X's corresponded to locations where people had been last seen, and the details didn't appear in any modern reporting. He brought the maps to his supervisors, hoping for guidance. Their reactions were immediate and dismissive. "Those are just old search artifacts," one said, closing the folder without a second glance. "Focus on current duties." Their casual indifference felt wrong. He sensed a deliberate minimization, a bureaucratic shield against acknowledging inconvenient truths. The hidden patterns in the maps, the unreported cases, they were there, and yet no one seemed willing to confront them. A quiet tension settled over him as he realized that the park's history was being actively obscured and that his discovery had placed him at the intersection of routine work and something far darker. Not long after, a retired ranger who occasionally dropped by the station approached him privately. He spoke in a low voice, cautious of eavesdroppers. "Not every disappearance out there was an accident," he said. His eyes flicked toward the attic. "Some things happen that aren't in the reports." The young ranger returned to his patrols, with the weight of that warning pressing at the edges of his mind. The work continued as before. Trails checked, visitor logs filed, fences repaired. But the next morning, the attic was cleared. The maps, once preserved and hidden, were gone. No one offered an explanation, and the physical evidence of decades of disappearances had vanished overnight. He realized that the park itself, its administration, and perhaps even the broader system, had mechanisms to erase inconvenient truths. He carried the weight of knowledge in silence, aware that the forest's history included stories that would never be officially recorded. Before leaving at the end of the season, he drafted a detailed report documenting the hidden maps, the coordinates, and the unreported disappearances. He submitted it through the official channels, expecting follow-up, investigation, or at least acknowledgement. Weeks later, he received no communication. His report had been filed, and then quietly ignored. The forest remained the same. Trails empty, birds calling, streams running through silent valleys. Visitors came and went without noticing. Authorities continued their routines without comment. The vanishings, decades old, remained unacknowledged. He packed his gear and left the station, the fading structure silhouetted against the mountains, carrying the quiet knowledge that some stories in Banff would never reach the public. The weight of hidden histories and unspoken tragedies settled over him, and he understood that the park's serenity concealed human darkness, a truth preserved in silence, ignored by those sworn to record it.